day to you. This is your friend Adeni Regularize. Get this. This is what people are giving. And if you know you are into souvenir pack, you do souvenir, you do amper, just call us. This can be part of your amper. Our Gary can be part of your amper. You can put it inside. So I am waiting your call on 08066896618.
I'm Salami Abela Rukayat, a cardiac dietitian, founder of Sari Nutrition, and one of our brand is called Nana Spices. It is a low sodium seasoning brand, and this was curated because when I did my internship at Lutz, I took it upon myself as a challenge to help these individuals who are hypertensive, who are on a low sodium diet to achieve a tasty meal. So I had to go out and start making research on how I can do a seasoning blend for them so that they can create tasty dishes. So we have 7 blends, and this is one of them. It's Halo Mix. It has both local and exotic herbs and spices that are good for the heart. So Halo Mix is suitable to prepare any kind of dish, local or hard soup, jollof rice, fried rice, to boil meat, stock, fish. We also have jollof rice, fried rice spices, pepper soup spice, agoyin spices. All our spices are heart friendly, and we get our ingredients from organic farmers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go into our panel discussion. But there was someone I introduced earlier who wasn't in the hall at the time. I'd like us to please put our hands together and welcome Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, SAN, a 3-time serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good to have you in our midst. Welcome, sir. Before we go into our conversation on the panel, and before I invite the panelists for this discussion, for a quick goodwill message, I'd like to invite Mr. Suleiman A. Audu, Director, Commodities and Exports. He's representing the Permanent Secretary of FMITI, Dr. Nasser Sani Guazo, MNI. Mr. Audu this morning is wearing 2 caps, as he will also be representing the Executive Director of NEPC. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Suleiman Audu.
Thank you. Let me stand the existing protocols, but suffice to say that I most especially acknowledge our very dear former Honorable Minister of State who is there present, and I can't but especially acknowledge your presence, Madam. It's my pleasure to see you. You are the Minister of Women Affairs when Dr. Okonigozewale was around for a wonderful reception, and I remember you spoke with my permanent secretary. My permanent secretary gave his word that if he's able to attend, certainly someone will attend, and I knew I'm going to be the person. So I'm happy to be here. Well, I'm reading this goodwill message, which is expected to have been delivered by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Nessus Saniguaso, MNI, and I'm delivering this. But before then, I must also acknowledge the presence of our former honorable minister that has held several portfolios, and also the president of NASIMA, who is also a very good friend of our ministries, our minister and permanent secretary, our dear Barrister San. I want to also acknowledge your presence and the presence of several other very distinguished personalities there present. I'm sorry I reach protocols, but I must that I have to specially acknowledge your presence. Having said that, this is the goodwill message by Dr. Nesru Sani Guaso, MNI, NPNEN, of the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, who unfortunately, due to other competing engagement, could not be here, and he has directed that I should represent him. I'm honored to be here today to represent my very amiable boss, Permanent Secretary, Dr. Nesru Sani Guaso, at the first conference of exhibitions and award of the network of practicing non-oil exporters of Nigeria, themed Rebuilding Nigeria's Economy through Non-Oil Export, a Strategic Imperative. Please permit me to use this opportunity to apologize again on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, who wished to be here today, but unavoidably absent due to his commitment to a very important national assignment. He, however, sends his highest regards and best wishes to the organizers of this very laudable event. The theme of this conference is very apt: constraining the current challenging times. The importance of economic diversification through the development of the non-health sector cannot be overemphasized. And the Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment is putting a lot of emphasis on export growth as a catalyst to diversify Nigerian sources of foreign earnings and reducing its dependence on oil revenue alone. We may all agree that the economic shock caused by COVID-19 and its devastating impacts on many MSMEs and livelihoods could have been avoided if proactive measures were taken. However, the immediate response by the federal government during the very tough phase of those times prevented matters from getting worse. For example, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency Otubani Adebayo, recently inaugurated an 11-man steering committee for the implementations of a 50 billion export expansion facility program, EFP, under the National Economic Sustainability Plan to protect export businesses from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, safeguard jobs, and restrict the economy from such economic shocks. I'm humble and privileged to be a member of that steering committee. The primary goal of the intervention is to increase Nigeria's export capacity in the near terms and its export volumes in the middle term. The 50 billion export expansion facility program will focus on driving economic growth through exports, and the facility is targeted at providing support to exporters, particularly micro, small, and medium enterprises. This intervention is one of many policies and programs which government is using to facilitate the development of the non-oil sectors and its players, and the monetary stimulus package as provided in the EU facility will significantly help in reviving not only MSMEs, but big corporations in the non-oil export sector, which have been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Without much ado, I wish to reiterate the unwavering support of the ministries toward the development of the MSME sector, as they are the backbone of the economy, of any economy. The ministry will continue to design policies and programs to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive and produce global standard products toward receiving premiums foreign exchange earnings. Finally, I wish to congratulate the NPNEN for this successful maiden conference exhibition and award ceremony. And I thank you for your very kind attention, and God bless you, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me at this point, where I will be handing over the microphone to the moderator of the first session of our panel discussion. I've said this like 3 times already, but I think I'm going to say it again. This conversation is hinged on rescuing the Nigerian economy through AFTA and other non-oil export enabling windows. We have a couple of panelists this but there is a moderator. We will also have a lead presenter who's not here with us, but will join us virtually. I'd like to welcome for panel moderation, Dr. Olumu Alaba. He is the trade policy expert at the Policy Development Facility Program, a FCDO funded program. Dr. Alaba, ladies and gentlemen. Our lead presenter is Mr. Olufemi Boyede. Mr. Olufemi Boyede is the CEO Koinonia Ventures. Still, put your hands together for him. Like I said, he'll be joining us virtually. We have some of our panelists are also, in fact, all of them are here. I'd like to call back to the stage Mr. Suleiman A. Audu, Director Commodity Export Department, FMITI. Joining him is a representative of NEXIM. Hope Yongo is representing NEXIM, and he is the technical advisor to the MD CEO of NEXIM Bank. A round of applause for Mr. Yongo, please. On this panel list is also the representative of the Secretary National Action Committee of AFTA, represented by Ogwegbunam Chukura, the Export Market Development Lead. Welcome, Mr. Chukura. Good to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Edo State, Benin City to be precise, the only man wearing a bowler hat in our midst this morning. I recall that's how Titi Ojo pointed him out to me. And when I met him, he said, no, he's not the one. I said, but you're the only one wearing bowler hat here today. So I'm not mistaken, it is you. Dr. Engineer Charles Ahigbe, MD, MS, Edo Inland Container Dry Ports. At this juncture, I'd like to hand over to the moderator, Dr. Alaba. I must apologize. Thank you, Dr. Alaba. I left out some. I hope Leonard can forgive me. Leonard, are you here? Leonard, you must forgive me. Thank God we already greeted each other so warmly this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Leonard Ugbaja, EDCTDA. Welcome. Please, the applause must be loud so he can easily forgive me. Welcome, Leonard. Good to have you with us. Now, Dr. Alaba, is over to you.
Thank you so much. I think we need this one. And I'm going to start from Leonard because you are the last person to come here. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to be moderating this. The AFCFTA, that is African Continental Free Trade Area. You know, the agreement that Nigeria just ratified, in December last year. And we want to see how to leverage on the AFCFTA to actually rescue our economy from nearly absolute dependence on the oil sector. I don't know if we still have the presentation from Mr. Boyede. So I'll give the floor to Mr. Femboyede. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alaba. Greetings from Canada. Good morning and welcome to all esteemed members of the BOT, the Executive Council, and distinguished participants from all around the world. I know that even though there are a handful of people seated in Nigeria, there are more than 10 handfuls of people who have joined us online. Good morning, everyone. I'll just be, I might be rushing through. I hope that people can digest the slides later. I think this is just limited to about 10, 15 minutes, so I might rush through the slides. My presentation is actually to kickstart the discussion. And this session, like our facilitator has said, is focused on rescuing the Nigerian economy through FCFTA and other windows. So I like to do it, I structured the presentation from taking it from where we were, and then we look at where we can be, where we are now, why are we where we are now, and what can we do to get to where we can and should be. So where are we? By independence in 1960, Nigeria was the world's fourth largest producer and exporter of cocoa. Within the same period, the northern region of Nigeria boasted of producing about 50% of the total groundnut production in West Africa. Eastern Nigeria used to be a world reference point in palm oil, but it has rapidly spiraled to being the fifth largest palm oil producing country with less than 2% of total global market production of 74.08 million metric tons. It is a bitter joke, but one that even our leaders say wherever they go, that Malaysia actually stole the first oil palm seedlings from Nigeria. And today, the world market price of oil palm is quoted ex Kuala Lumpur. So compared to the 50s and 60s, we are nowhere near successful when it comes to production and exportation of non-oil products like cotton beans and all the others. I think NEPC has a list that is above 5,000 exportable products and services from Nigeria. In the mid-70s, when Nigeria shifted from agriculture to crude oil, the granite pyramids, of course, they disappeared. The cocoa beans banks became empty and oil palm production petered to insignificance. And what happened after that? We found oil, and it became for Nigeria what they used to call oil boom immediately became an oil doom. So once oil was discovered, oil exploitation began. By 2021, where we are now, oil continues to, and this has been the trend for the past 20 years, oil continues to account for over 90% of Nigeria's foreign exchange earnings. In actual fact, oil remains the largest contributor to Nigeria's GDP, and every annual budget since the discovery of oil is based on the international benchmark price for oil. So whatever happens to crude oil affects the Nigerian economy. That's where we have been. And so why are we repositioning, which is the theme of this conference? So the importance of rebuilding Nigeria's non-oil export is because of our current realities. Part of what I have said in the past, and you will all understand what has happened to the Naira within the last 5 months. Spiral down, weakened, and almost, God forbid, becoming like we used to criticize some currencies in the past that they're as good as paper. We hope that we'll never get there. So we need to recapture the glory of the past. It is a very possible but very demanding task. We need to tap into a significant share of the current global market and the wealth that is in non-oil exports. And most significantly, for the purpose of this discussion, to become a strong player in the future of the global exports, especially the AFCFTA, which Nigeria has not only now signed, but has ratified. How huge is the market, the non-oil export market? We talked about AGOA. AGOA is the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act that has been around for over 15 years. It's actually going towards 20 years now. AGOA recorded 18.4 billion as aggregate export to the US in 2020. Nigeria only contributed about approximately $5 million, too insignificant. Handicraft export market. I chose handicraft because it sounds trivial. And this is an industry that does not require a big capital outlay. The handicraft export market is one of the fastest growing, with potential to grow to about 514 billion during the 2021 to 2025 period. Right now, Asia is dominating that market. AFCFTA will become the largest free trade area in the global economy that covers a market of 1.3 billion Africans with a combined GDP valued by the World Bank at 3.4 million. This is expected to reach about $29 trillion dollars by 2050. So global trade in services export reached $6.16 trillion in 2019. According to the World Bank, this is an all-time, according to the World Bank. So this is an all-time opportunity, confirming the dynamism of services exports higher than commodity exports. We are not there yet. It is not too late to aspire to get there. What do we have right now? Where we are, NEPC has the zero oil plan, as was mentioned by Dr. Akindele. The truth is, it's a complete, very commendable plan that NEPC developed as far back as 2016. It is geared towards diversifying the economy. It is introduced to boost Nigeria's foreign exchange earnings through non-oil export. It identified 22 major products projected to generate up to 30 billion in foreign exchange per year. It is an estimation, has an estimation of Nigeria improving Nigeria's foreign reserves by about $150 billion over the next 10 years. Next 10 years, judging from 2016, which means that the zero oil plan has already attained 50% of its lifespan. How much of this $150 billion have been generated? We will wait to hear that from the National Bureau of Statistics or from NEPC's performance report. The reason why the zero oil plan becomes a point of reference in my presentation is because the zero oil plan was developed without an input from you guys, the players in the non-oil export sector. If it was developed with the from the ground, the foundation contribution of players, it would have been easier. It would have become a collectively owned document and therefore easier to collectively implement. So what are the challenges? Inability to consistently engage stakeholders from the value across the value chain. Then we have lopsided consultation and poor ownership mentality. This sidelines most producers and exporters, therefore missing out critical inputs emanating from on-the-ground experiences. What people are experiencing, what's the challenge in the field. Time will not permit me to share a personal experience, but let's assume that I am an off-taker of export from Nigeria. I initiated an export transaction since August last year. My container was ready by October last year. As of this moment, that container just left Tangier, Morocco, yesterday. It's not estimated to get to Canada until the 31st of March, and it won't get to me in Toronto until mid-April. The major product in that 40-foot container is Indomie, which has a 12-month lifespan. 6 months and 6 months and a half have already been spent trying to get it. So these are some of the challenges. So I'll just quickly run to some of the recommendations. I appreciate the presence of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment because you take the lead. You should take the lead in ensuring that this transits from a dream into reality. We have seen how Dr. Titi Akindele brought out her team this morning who were able to actualize the dream. The Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment permit me to say, through the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, is carrying the dream, the collective dream of Nigeria for a non-oil export-driven economy. You heard what the central bank governor said in the documentary that was shared. The problem is we need to have an articulate, we all need to flow on the same direction. We need to operate on the same frequency, sing from the same hymn book. That's part of the recommendation. In fact, that will be the dovetailing of my presentation, which will be rounding up in another 2-3 minutes. So in that slide, I have highlighted a few of the roles and what of the agencies and what they should be doing. In an earlier slide, I had actually mentioned there is a proliferation of agencies doing about the same thing. So we have energies, but no synergy. And once there's no synergy, it's just like the Yorubas will say, one finger cannot lift anything. It can't lift a sheet of paper. When you collect the fingers together, and let's now have the two hands, you can put a bucket on your head. I close or I round up with an illustration of what happened in America, an example that worked and should be a template for us in Nigeria. So to help America regain its economic and financial strength after the 2009 global recession, President Obama then set a smart goal of doubling US exports to the world in 5 years. He aimed for more than $3 trillion by end of 2014. This was achieved actually by 2013. By 2013, export trade reached an all-time record of 2.3 trillion in export earnings in 1 year. So jobs supported by exports increased to 11.3 million in 2013, up 1.6 million. He targeted 1 million jobs in 5 years. By 3 years of launching the initiative, they already had 1.6 jobs created. The three key components were engage, that's the key word, engage, 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 and educate. We are not engaging enough in Nigeria. Educate, we are not educating enough people. That's why the CBN announced a 500 billion export stimulation facility in February of 2016. This is March of 2021. 5 years later, I don't know if we can get a list of 10 of you guys, the practicing exporters who have been able to access that fund. Our proposal, therefore, is NEPC as the national agency with the mandate needs to properly consult and thereafter launch an all-stakeholder-owned harmonious national export strategy. We need to work to synchronize how independent organizational policies and programs hinder the process of boosting export. We have today, Nigerian Shippers Council is having a strategic sensitization in Ilorin. I'm just putting for illustration. Tomorrow, Nexim is doing an export promotion sensitization program in Calabar. Next tomorrow, NEPC is in Kano doing a sensitization program. And what happens? I remember very well in the office of the late Chief Ufot Ekaete as SGF in I can't remember the year, but I was privileged to be there. We had all the players talking, and then somebody stood up, the representative of the Nigeria Customs Service stood up and said, I think Ambassador Magaji was the Minister of Industry. He said, these are the plans, 1, 2, 3, that Ministry of Industry. The Customs said, I will not allow that to happen. And then it became an argument. Is it an I or a we? So Nigerian agencies need to move from an I thing, they need to move from territorialization. They need to move from trying to prove how they have expended the subventions that were given to them. They need to think outside the box. And that's why the conclusion, my conclusion, and I'm hoping that we can all look at it today, is for us to have a port where everybody brings in their ideas to sieve this and then to come out with a national action plan. I know that NEPC is likely to tell us that they have a national committee on exports that is chaired by a state governor and all of this. Please take time to study the Obama Export Initiative. Unless we have a cabinet committee on export, it will still continue to be the same thing. NPNEN will exert its energies to try to bring people together. Check inside the room now and look online how many trade-related institutions are actually in this program today. Under a cabinet committee such as the one of Obama, it will be impossible for anybody, for personal reasons of whether support or rejection or whatever it is, not to be present at the monthly cabinet meeting on export. And this is where each agency will say, this is my plan, and the other agency will be able to explain, this is the implication of that, your plan. And then from there, we are able to design what is a roadmap for export development and growth from Nigeria. I hope that the representative of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment will take this message back, and everything that we conclude today, by the way, back to the Honorable Minister. And I join the Board of Trustees and Executive Council of NPNEN in hoping that today will not just be a talk show, but will lead to a redesign of our work towards an export-driven economy in Nigeria. I thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Very, for that presentation. Finally, we are all here the opportunities that we have in the African continent. We have 55 countries, 54 countries of time here. We have over 1.2 billion people. We have about 3 trillion US dollars GDP. So the market is huge. This is the largest FTA currently. It's about the largest in the world.
So there are so much opportunities to be taken. So I'm going to, take the panelists in this order. I'm going to start from Leonard Igbaja, the Executive Director of Center for Trade and Business Environment Reform. And my question to you is that I know you have been in the forefront of discussion of AFCFTA. I know you are aware of the opportunities. I know you are aware, because we have discussed sometimes, of what other people are doing to assess the opportunities. In Nigeria, it is not that we do not recognize the kind of opportunity we have, but what are we doing currently, in your view, as someone from the private sector? What are we doing currently to assess these opportunities? What are we doing enough? What are we not doing enough? What are the gaps? And how do you think we can respond to those gaps to maximize the opportunity in the AFCFTA? Thank you. You want this?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Alaba. I wish I could remove this to be able to speak more freely. Am I allowed? Okay. Thank you. Let me start by felicitating with the PDF team for having brought this initiative, NPNEN, this far. And somewhat sharing the glory, really. I recall serving in the community of practice steering committee, and in one of those meetings in Lagos, talking about sustainability post PDF, I had put forward the idea of registering this as an organization that could outlive PDF. Also volunteered and went ahead to draft the initial concept paper, for which I received support from my brother there, Ibuku. You recall that? And also went ahead to start the registration process before I answered the call to serve in the government of Emeka Ihedioha in Imo State. So it's gratifying to see that the process has come this far, and it's now a standing organization. So for that, I would say thank you to the PDF team for bringing this to life up until this point. And having said that, on the AFCFT, you know, whenever this kind of conversation starts, I smile. I smile because I begin to ask myself, first of all, how do you want to speak? Do you want to be gentle or do you want to be harsh? But I'll just try my best today to put forward the ideas as clearly as I can. Now, we all know what the opportunities are with FCFTA, and we all appreciate the fact that our economy is in a place today where we need to do a lot of non-oil exports to be able to survive. So it's become an existential question for our economy that we need to trade. But whether we are doing enough to make sure we can trade and trade beneficially is another question altogether. And I'll just give you one illustration. Alhaji Rabi, you mentioned the current news yesterday that broke yesterday about the issues with export cargo moving into the port. Now you ask, when you block export cargo moving into the port for 2 weeks, do you think about the ripple effect of that policy on the economy as a whole, not just on the cargo, not on the perishable, not on the contracts that are tied to that export, not on the confidence you are affecting in the international market, not on production lines that are going to be shut down, not on employment, on livelihood, and that. So that brings us to where we need to do a lot of work. We need to do a lot of work in the area of policies, regulations, institutional capacity, and coordination. You see, I usually tell people the problem we have in Nigeria is not the problem of import competition. We say we're import dependent, so we want to use import prohibitions and restrictions to be able to buoy up our domestic productivity, but that's not the problem. Our problem is a productivity problem, domestic. It's a governance problem that is located within our political economy. It's the problem of our not being able to manage our affairs correctly. Whether you're talking about regulating export quality certification process, you have multiple layers of agencies that do similar roles and they don't have any framework for proper coordination. Almost every small country you can conceive of, you know, in our neighborhood has an electronic single window system operating in their ports. Why, over how many years, we don't yet have a proper, and I don't want to get into the semantics, but so just let me say, a proper single window working in our ports. Recently, my organization did a work with the support of GIZ. We analyzed about 110 policies, laws, and regulations affecting trade and MSME competitiveness in Nigeria. I'll give you some of the highlights. We are promoting the export of beans, of yam, but these two items are actually on our export prohibition list. So it is illegal to export beans, export yams, cassava or cassava derivative from Nigeria. The laws underpinning the commodity board era are still alive in our statute books, and I'll give you some of their provisions. One of those laws make it an offense for somebody to buy any of the produce, whether cocoa, granite, whatever, listed there, to buy and export without the authorization of the minister in charge of commerce. How many of us are exporting produce without that authorization? You know, now, some of those laws make it jailable offense for you to trade in certain commodities when you're not a commodity trading company established under those laws. But we have them today. So I ask, if someone wakes up tomorrow, you know, and possibly wants to target a business that is into export business, all you need to do is go through our statute books. You can consult me. I'll find tools that you can use to victimize a business within those laws. Now, export expansion grant. We have the Export Development Fund operating that is about to start operation right now. The Export Incentives Act makes provision for the Export Development Fund, which is supposed to operate as a grant, similar to what the new one is supposed to do. Now, that EDF has not been funded for many years, so it's moribund. So we're only focusing on one of the elements of the incentive, which is the Export Expansion Grant. But I'll even tell you that we have tried over the years to optimize the operations of the Export Expansion Grant, but we have moved away from what the law has stipulated. I'll give you 2 examples. By the Export Incentives Act, the EEG is supposed to be a cash grant. It's a cash incentive. Now, of course, we now have the electronic export, what they call export credit certificate. It's arguable whether it is cash. But more importantly, the EEG is supposed to go to manufacturers of exportable products. We've added semi-manufactured goods and raw materials to it. Now, for some good reasons, that may be allowed. But my grouse is that, why don't we go back to the laws? Why don't we amend the laws rather than building on something, building something that is illegal upon an existing law? Another example, the EEG guideline has introduced extraneous requirements such as employment capacity and all that. That's the Act has made no provisions for that. The Act has made no provision for the roles of Ministry of Finance, whether CBN, whether Debt Management Office. Why do we have these moribund laws and regulations in our statute books, but we still go ahead and try to promote export?
Leonard, we'll come back to you because if we were to hear this, you should take the whole of that. And I know people will have questions for you. Please permit me, because Mr. Audu will need to go back to the ministry to take him next. Mr. Audu, you are the ministry. You are in charge of policies. You are in charge of law. You know, at least policy that is recommended for laws. What are you doing in terms of policies that will facilitate access to the markets for exporters that want to play within the AFCFTA playing field and beyond? What are the policies? I know you are the director of commodity and exports, commodity development and exports. What are you also doing to ensure that our products, you know, actually in a form that can conform with, you know, the requirements to enter the market? If you can take that before you leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Well, let me just say upfront, I'm in the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and I want to put this in a context. You recall that the Director General of WTO, the first female, an African Director General of WTO, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, just visited Nigeria on an official visit, and she had several engagements. But more importantly is the takeaway. But I want to connect this discussion to Nigeria being a player in many international organizations and fora, including multilateral. Then I'll link it to our role as far as the AFCFTA is concerned, because we are not just starting from the scratch. We should also note that the AFCFTA is about to be operationalized, and to that extent, we don't even have an experience as to what we can take in terms of the actual operationalizations of AFCFTA. But I'll come back to that. What is the role of the ministry? We should also recall again, we have several kind of opportunities or initiatives that we can leverage on. We have the AGUA. Before the AGUA, we have the GSTP. We have the APA, Economic Partnership Agreement, which for one reason or the other couldn't come into play, and several other too. Now, the point is this: market access. Nigeria will always create opportunity for market access. in terms of where we belong to, be it in WTO, be it in ECOWAS, be it in AFCFTA, be it in terms of a bilateral relationship with countries that are strategic partners to Nigeria, including the ongoing business dialogue between Nigeria and the UK. We've had the first round, we have the second round, we have third round, fourth round, and the rest. All these are geared toward creating market access opportunities. When we have this market access opportunity, what do we do? And these are the challenge in terms of taking advantage of all the market access opportunity we have. We've not been able to take advantage of that. And I want to ask you, Prof, and you know why. We have the GSTP, we have many preferential schemes. Now that we have the AFCFTA, how do we take advantage of these immense opportunities? And as long as the opportunities are there, but the gains and the benefits are also not automatic. Therefore, there are certain things we need to do. So if I start from the point of policy, what do you want us to do in terms of policy? And I'll start from the following. We have done several trade policy review of Nigeria in 2005, in 2011, in 2017, which is the latest, the most current one. And there are always issues around Nigerian trade policy and other policies, sectoral policies that affect the other trading partners. And Nigeria also has the opportunity to also respond to the barriers created by others too. Let's also come back to the issue of Trade Facilitation Agreement, WTO, which Professor is also very familiar with. It also helps in terms of our competitiveness and more importantly, facilitating businesses and also improve the ease of doing business, even in terms of ranking. And you know our ranking as at now, which is about 135 or so, despite the fact that we aim to be 100 in 2020, we are in 2021 now, our performance is still the way it is. At the level of policy, we are presently looking at a new trade policy now. The last trade policy we have is in 2012, and I think that's obsolete. So we want a trade policy that is 21st century compliance and has taken into consideration several dynamics involving circumstances, including the digital economy, e-commerce, MSMEs, investment facilitations, and several others, including domestic regulation. These are several conventions that is ongoing in Geneva because I have to connect to that. Nigeria incidentally belongs to all these groups. We call them Joint Statement Initiative Group, where convention is in advance. If you have a very strong domestic regulation, what would be the benefit? Predictability in terms of your regime, including investment and the rest, transparency and what have you. So there are many benefits there. We cannot formulate trade policy without the other agencies that are also connected. The trade policy of Nigeria will have several chapters that links virtually all the sectors of the economy. That's why you have the multilateral focal point on trade negotiations. That's where each time you also have subsectors or subcommittees on this. Recently, we also have the creation of Nigerian Office for Trade Negotiation, but I won't go into that in terms of the relation between NOTs and the ministry. But then it's also part of giving prominence to our trade agenda. Now, coming back to the ministry, I've just mentioned to you, the ministry does well with formulate policy, but we can't do this alone. We have to do it in consultation with all the stakeholders, and all the stakeholders are critical, and we know them. And that's why when we go for any outing, be it WTO Ministerial Conference, be it any event, the stakeholders are always carried along, particularly the border agencies and also standard regulating agencies. And we have them as focal points of Nigeria in many issues. If you go to WTO on sanitary and phytosanitary, we have this SON, we have the NAFDAC, and whenever we have any issues on agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture is also there. So we have many of them that. Now, coming back, like I said, to the role of the ministry, we are focal point as far as trade is concerned. Focal point. If you have WTO now, the ministry is the focal point on trade. And any policies of the government that has implication for trade, which I think ought to, then Ministry of Trade input will be required. Could it be trade and environment, trade in agriculture, any aspect of our policies that has implication for trade, then trade will be involved. Let's come back to services too. Everybody agrees with the fact that services is where Nigeria has comparative advantage. Over 50% of our GDP on services. But we don't have a single ministry that regulates services in Nigeria. No, but the ministries still try to coordinate that, either from the point of view of WTO or from the point of view of ASFT. But there is no single ministry that coordinates services. Services is very cross-cutting and it's very encompassing and it's the backbone of every economy. So I would rather like a questions that would not be too general. I'm just giving this perspective. For instance, I've just mentioned, even let's talk of the FCFT. Before the president signed the FCFT, even the army, even before then, a committee was set up for the impact and readiness assessment. It was done. It was the product of stakeholder consultation. And the president asked the question several times. He will never sign any agreement that will improve Nigeria and make the economy of Nigeria worse off. But every studies, every statistics says that Nigeria will benefit from ASFTA. And we're yet, that doesn't mean there are no challenges. And Mr. President said what again? That we should do what? We should produce what we consume and consume what we produce. And that, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'll be ready to take the question. Oh. Okay, maybe I can take 2 more questions from you and maybe from the floor. No, I will stay. I'll stay till the end of the, I'll stay. I'll stay, yeah. Let me stay because there may be questions or issues around my ministry. I need to be unfair to leave and when those questions are being raised. But let me end by this. I like what they said about energy, no synergy. What do we do about that? Energy, no synergy. You talk about participation. What can we do? On the part of the ministry, we are here. I'm not only representing the ministry, I'm also representing NPNEN. What more can you do for our participation? If you receive your invitation, I became Director of Commodity and Export just last year, June 2020. There's never an invitation I received that I don't attend. But I would know when I first came. I attended the roundtable conference on e-commerce. You are there. When we get the invitation and we get the notice, we'll attend. We'll never shy away from participating in meetings that will enable us to engage with stakeholders. So as far as our ministry is concerned, we will attend your event when we have sufficient notice. And we are also clear as our role. But beyond participation, what more? And we are doing a lot about policy rejigging. I'll give just last example. The PBEC, they were in the ministry yesterday to do what? To engage our Corporate Affairs Commission. Corporate Affairs Commission is under the ministry, but are talking about the fact that the ranking of CAC is dropping in terms of e-services. And they want to know why that is the case. So we engage them in terms of the reform that have to be sustained, particularly in the ease of doing business. So at the level of the ministry, let me be honest with you, we are very active. I'm not saying we cannot do more, but we are active. We are active in collaboration with our parastatals. If we can engage our parastatals on one-to-one, and let me give you another one as part of information. Every three months, we engage the civil sector of our parastatals, and we're going to do that again before the end of this month, so as to get feedback from them. So I'll be interested in getting feedback from the audience in terms of questions. The one I cannot answer, I will tell you, I'll take it back to the ministry. The one I can answer, I'll answer it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that intervention. I will be going to Mr. Ogochukwu. Is representing the Executive Secretary of National Action Committee on Africa Continental Free Trade Area implementation, the Implementation Committee. So, as you know, I think in January, Ghana celebrated their first shipment. And I was at a meeting with the president of Ghana at a point where he was discussing their strategy, including partnering with Cote d'Ivoire to move away from exports of cocoa, but to take over chocolate markets, you know, especially in Africa, before moving on. You are one of the key people in the implementation secretariat of AfCFTA. What are you doing to lead stakeholders because institutions are supposed to be the arrowhead that will lead people in terms of direction, in terms of market information, in terms of market opportunities, in terms of maybe aggregation and co. You know, the designs are yours, the strategy are yours. Where are we? Can you say that where we are now, we have made enough efforts, or we have what it takes in the next few months to begin to access the market and benefit and move Nigeria ahead to maximally benefit in the AFCFTA?
For the question. Thank you for the question. I should say that I am representing Mr. Francis Anatogu. He is currently in Lagos, and this speaks to something that you just raised. He's continuing our current engagement with subnationals and stakeholders at the various state levels to communicate what our strategy is concerning AFCFTA, what our approach is concerning the development of value chains, sectors, opportunities, and markets, to engage them and bring them on board, create that partnership, buy-in. I think it was Mr. Femi Olaboyede that said we tend to have documents, plans, strategies developed that do not engage the people that they're supposed to be driving. At the level of the National Action Committee, we are currently developing an AFCFTA strategy that will lead Nigeria into Africa. Now, perhaps I should just go back a bit and talk about some of the things that we are doing as a National Action Committee. One of the things that we have identified as our national aspiration is achieving a diversified, sustainable Nigerian economy with strong linkages to neighbors. And we're talking about regional value chains, building those regional value chains, and top economies in Africa and a globally accepted country brand. We want to be able to grow Nigeria's intra-African trade to 50 billion by 2035. We want to be a premier choice for products and services and investments in Africa. We want to project economic leadership through the strength of our regional value chains. And we want to create jobs using those value chains to drive job creation across Nigeria. Essentially, AFCFTA, we see AFCFTA as a platform that can be leveraged to prepare Nigeria for a post-oil revenue-driven society. Now, looking at our engagements with stakeholders over the last year or so, we have held several engagements working with stakeholders at the level of work streams and thematic groups in trading goods and trading services. The essence of this really is to engage the stakeholders at the grassroots and understand what it is that they are going through, the experiences that they are facing, engage government agencies, supervising departments and agencies to understand what support they are providing, and to articulate these points into a document that we can now present to Nigeria and say, this is our causeway, this is our pathway. Now that document has gone through a series of validation exercises, the last being a number of workshops which brought in stakeholders from the private sector, stakeholders from the public sector, to look at these suggestions, these priorities, these pathways that have been articulated, and to agree concerning each of these thematic areas, the way that we want to go. And so that's another process by which the National Action Committee is engaging with the private sector, the public sector, to ensure that the objective, which I just read out, is met and we are all in an agreement concerning it. So let me just speak to, there's a great opportunity in Africa, and that has been said severally, the opportunities that AFCFTA provides. It is a 1.2 billion market, an economy of some 3 trillion. But the question is, how do you take advantage of it? The question is, what strategies do you adopt to maximize your output from that engagement? And that is something that the National Action Committee is working on. We conducted, as the director in the ministry did mention, the impact and readiness assessment was conducted, and it identified a number of products and services, products and service areas that create opportunity. We've looked at those products and services wherein Nigeria has can create competitive advantage, has competitive advantage, and indeed, there's a market demand that is significant enough, a price that is significant enough for us to build strategy around it.
Sorry, I want you to speak with, what are you doing with, most of our trade are not formalized. Yes. What are you doing about bringing them into a formal net so that you can assist them in terms of accessing the market?
Yes, as you did mention, the MSMEs are drivers, rather the bedrock of our industrial economy. We commissioned a study through the PDF Bridge to look at SME aggregation. How can we bring together SMEs operating in the various sectors and create the required linkages between them and their markets, whether they are in Nigeria, processing areas, or external markets. Now that study has been completed. That study identifies a number of strategies and approaches to achieving that goal, and also puts forward product groups that can be used to drive a pilot study. That pilot study will take place over the next couple of months after the validation has been done with our stakeholders. The purpose of that study really is to ensure that we are able to aggregate MSMEs at the level of location, and also at the level of product and service, to ensure that we can begin to build competitiveness around those agglomerations of MSMEs.
Thank you. We'll come back. I know there will be follow-up questions to you.
Thank you.
Let me go to Dr. Charles. Let me go to Dr. You can pass the. Well, I'll be asking you a question about issue of logistics. Because you are the MD of Benin Dry Port, inland dry or dry port, or whichever we want to call it. And we know that's one of the key problems that we have is how to move our goods from a number of locations out of Nigeria. And we know what is happening in our seaports right now. And the dry port actually is a port of its own. Why are we not really taking advantage of this? Because in countries where this works, where you have dry port, you don't actually have to be in the port at all, because all your custom processes, all your, all the agencies are supposed to finish whatever they have to do with your goods, with your consignment at that dry port. And then you forget about everything. You don't have any business at the rail port. What is the problem? And what are we doing to make life easier for people that may want to access the continent's opportunity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and it's a great opportunity to be here today to, participate in this conference. I appreciate the invitation sent to me. And so I had to leave everything I was doing to be here. Nigeria is stuck in its old ways. And despite after, if care is not taken, we will be the 10 bottom rung of the ladder that will benefit from after. I have read a lot about after, even before the president was convinced to sign the document. I have done a lot of research to understand just how can Nigeria benefit. And Nigeria has quite a huge opportunity. We are the largest market. But is it going to add to our GDP in a hurry? I assure you, no. And for what reason? We do not have the infrastructure in place to capture the opportunities. And I say capture the opportunities because I go back to the first thing I said, Nigeria is stuck in its old ways. It's in Nigeria you wake up in the morning and you go to the port as a business. Go to all over the world where inland dry ports are working. The rail system is connected to those inland dry ports such that your goods go straight to those inland dry ports. Go to all the ports in the US, in Germany, in UK, and even in Europe, in India, you have no business going to the port. So that's why I say we are stuck in our old ways and it's going to affect us for a long time. Stuck in our old ways by who? Customs, agencies, and everybody that wants to keep participating in this in perpetuity in the old ways. And so, look at Nigeria and look at after. Nigeria is placed on the most advantageous position by God Almighty in the map of the world. ECOWAS, some years back, came up with the ECOWAS International Trade Route, which starts from Abidjan all the way to Cotonou, Lagos, Ore, Benin, and terminates at Lokoja. Then you have the Trans-Sahelian Trade Route that starts from Lokoja, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano, Niger, Chad, and across the Sahara. This is almost more than 3,000 kilometers of international trade route already designed and captured in the international treaties. Nigeria is not taking advantage of this because those roads that as soon as it gets to Cotonou, when I was in LBS some years back and we went to Cotonou, to the Songhai farm, that's another topic for discussion another day. The moment we left Agbara and entered Cotonou, I didn't see any pothole again. We suffered for 30 kilometers to get to the Badagry border. Jumping from one big crater, don't call them potholes, big crater, to get to the border. As soon as we cross the border with all the, I don't know whether to call it necessary formality or unnecessary formality, since you're already in ECOWAS, we managed to cross. Even my yellow fever card, they say is no more valid. That's why I found out. I had to start all over again, but story for another day. But we were in Songhai farm for almost a week, all of us delegates from LBS, and came back to Nigeria. And our agony continued again from Badagry border till we got to Lekki. What's the point I'm trying to make? You talked about logistics. If we are not careful, we will be part of the only countries that is so advantageous that will not benefit from after. I know the National Action Committee, the Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry, and so many workshops, webinars, seminars that is ongoing are looking at a lot of actions that could be taken to make sure. But the problem I have is that, number one, I have read through the whole after document. I do not see where it captured the same processes and procedures that followed trade and commerce facilitation in other parts of the country, other parts of the world, especially with the opportunities that inland dry ports provide. Maybe if it's there, I have not seen it. I beg to be corrected. You know? Now, we have the coastal rail, again, talking about logistics. And we know that that rail has gotten to Ibadan. Hopefully it will cross to Ore, come to Benin and continue if the money is available. But we also have the standard gauge rail line that is going from Ibadan to Kano. And hopefully the Dala dry port will pick up from there. The Kaduna dry port, I know they are struggling and also trying to, become active. But when we've had the visit from the Federal Ministry of Transport last year, December, they now have a better justification for the coastal rail line through Edo State because there's now an inland dry port there. So we need to go back to all these documents for after that we're working to look at our transport sector, the logistics of moving perishables and non-perishables across and how fast. We see how Ghana, you may ask, how did Ghana make their first export? We went and researched it. They just simply continued doing what they've been doing most effectively. Why we are still stuck in our old ways? We have 2 international trade routes that crisscrosses Nigeria. But the whole road system is not exactly what you want it to be, let me say. It's not that the roads are not there. So, how do we ensure that we rescue the Nigerian economy? Forums like this, NPNEN has come to stay, and we must promote it to be able to begin to look at proper means of aggregation at the inland dry ports, so that logistics and everything that concerns it will be completely taken away from the farm gate. Just simply bring it there, go home, you get paid for your product, you transfer the risks, and let the inland dry port take the risks, de-risk it by their own process, and of course, move it to the port. And if all the agencies, just last week Thursday, the Export Promotion Council visited us, there was custom there was MPA, there was Nigerian quarantine, and everybody spoke in one unison that this is the time to use the inland dry ports, either in Kano, in Kaduna, or Benin, to begin to help our farmers to grow wealth, and also to add. We're already 24%, sometimes they say 22% contribution to national GDP by agriculture. But I tell you, I was in a fellowship program in the Michigan State University 2 years ago. I was shocked. Michigan, as a state, exports $6.5 billion per annum agricultural product, even in their 2 short seasons in a year, to China. It's amazing. They have just very short seasons, and they're able to produce massive amount of agricultural products. I was not told. I traveled the whole of Michigan in that fellowship program sponsored by USAID and the United States Embassy. And they opened our eyes to what is possible. There's the infrastructure. We don't have that. We can't say we have all, but government is working a lot, especially this particular government, to build the rails, to do so many things that they're trying to do. So in terms of logistics, to close, I will tell you a lot still needs to be done. We may not see the gains of ACTA immediately. From my own research, and I'll tell you my own personal opinion, until certain things, the agencies need to come together like a circle. This is what I saw in the US. They work in a circle. You don't have everybody become a gate, stopping you. You finish from custom. The next gate, they will tell you, no, you can't move. Custom is not quarantine. Quarantine has its own. Oh, you can't move. A ministry of this has their own problems. You can't move until you fill either from e-copy or do that. You can't move. And the whole goods are perished even before they are loaded. But that is where the inland dry port will stop, will provide the opportunity for aggregators. Looking at the 5 value chains at the agricultural sector, all that can be harnessed at the inland dry port. Let me stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Well, what you have just said, actually, in terms of law, Nigeria passed Executive Order 1 on business environment reform. One government is one major pillar of that executive order, which says all government institutions must act as if they are one, because they are working for the same government. So there's no reason for everybody mounting gates but hopefully we'll get there. Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is a challenge for you. So I'll come back to you. You say? Okay, so maybe as we go along, questions will come in that area. Let me quickly move to hello, sir. Please, can we take questions later, or you just want to take questions later? Thank you. Mr. Hope, you represent NEXIM, and we know when it comes to export-import financing, you are one of the banks that that in charge of developing exports. 2 things that I want to ask you. In terms of infrastructure, NEXIM was, I think, through the central bank, was in charge of the C-Link project. Okay. I want you to talk a little bit about it, where you are, what should we expect in the next few years, and how does that run for our benefits in terms of accessing the continental market. The second one is that you manage the Export Stimulation Fund, which is 500 billion provided by the central bank. I want to know how much of those funds have you disbursed? What is the percentage of MSMEs that have been able to access the fund? If they have not been able to access the fund, what do you think is the problem? And how do you facilitate their access to the funding? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I extend the apologies of the management, the MD of NEXIM. He would have loved to be here himself. And thank you for the invitation. And also, may I just congratulate you that it's long overdue. I think the non-oil export sector needs to have an advocacy platform. And I think this is a very good development, because we have all agonized about how there is energy and no synergy. So I think this kind of platform will provide the kind of synergy that is needed. Just to answer the second question first, yes, NEXIM conceptualized the NESF, that's the Non-Oil Export Stimulation Fund, but we are not the ones running the show. It's still with Central Bank. So I don't think I'm in a position. Any answer that I will attempt to give on that regard will be speculative. Central Bank manages the 500 billion NESF, so they know better. I don't have any details. In fairness to Central Bank, they've given NEXIM 50 billion under the Export Development Facility, which was fully disbursed. And I think we have the second tranche of that, 50 billion, which is being disbursed. So with regard to that, I think Central Bank. I don't have the numbers, but let me give you a general disaggregation of how our facilities are. Over 95% of NEXIM funding is MSME. So really not SMEs. So And I believe that is the application that has been done there. And is done across 4 sectors of manufacturing, agro-processing, mining, and services. But I must confess that our intervention in services and mining are suboptimal. And I think that's where we are really looking at to get. Our mining intervention is suboptimal for obvious reasons, and I think logistics is one of the reasons. Our services export, I think we need to do better in the context of the fact that services contribute 52% of the economy, the GDP of the economy. And that is where our bread and butter is if we are really to play continental free trade area. I keep on saying it, but I think there calls for synergy, how we can work together. Because in services, if you look at it, if you have been listening to the commentaries in the services sector, you realize that the fintech, the ICT industry in Nigeria in the past 2 years has attracted investment and buyouts of almost $500 million. No other sector has attracted that kind of investment. That's services. We are talking about services. Just recently, Burna Boy won a Grammy Award. That's music. Creative economy is services, and that's our bread and butter. But the irony of it, or the unfortunate thing about our creative economy engagement in the global market, is that we are at the dregs of the revenue stream because our films don't go to box offices because of our quality of investment in that sector. I think that needs to be done. And it is the money of creative economy, especially in the film market, is in exhibition and theaters. Nigerian films don't go to theaters. They just go to DSTV, your handset, and these are residual revenue streams. Over 98% of the revenue streams in the film market is from exhibition, and I think that is where we need to participate. Just to give you one example, one film that was done, I think is forgotten the name, generated $2 billion. No, it's not about, I've forgotten the name, but that's the whole of comparative to 2017 value of the cocoa exports that we have done. One film. So you see, I think that's where we should look at it. Another area that I'm just giving that so that I will go back to the issue of ceiling is for us to know that services is where we are. We need to change the way we interact and see what we can do. Medical tourism, for example. Singapore generates Singapore, Thailand are the 2 largest medical tourist destinations in Asia, not even India. India is 3rd. They generate annually about $18 billion in medical tourism. Nigeria, every year annually, we spend 1.5 officially, not to talk about those that don't go officially, $1.5 billion going out to either Dubai, India, Cairo, Egypt for medical tourism. We can do that in Nigeria. We have the capacity and we can attract medical tourism, and that's where the money is. And I think I'm just trying to give an example to know where the potentials are. And then back to maritime logistics. Just back to your question about ceiling. Nigeria, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, we spend $5 billion in this country annually in freight services to shipping lines. $5 billion because we refuse to develop our maritime sector. That's where the money is. That's why we are not competitive. If you look at the logistics performance index of the World Bank study, you find that Nigeria is about 98 or 100 out of 150 countries. We're at the lower rung of it. And for crying loud, we're endowed as a coastal nation. Almost every state has a river. If you go to America, I'm happy my colleague, my co-panelist mentioned Michigan. Do you know how many barges carry goods in America? 60% of the petrol and diesel in America is carried on inland waterways. They have the rail, they have the routes, but that's why they listen. 80% of the coal and solid minerals that is moved across the United States of America is moved on inland waterway. It's the cheapest source of transportation and can carry bulk. And that is why we are trying to do the inland and the regional sea link project. And for your information, the British, when we were colonized, were using the inland waterways to move agriculture and solid minerals. And that was why we were then a solid mineral nation. But today we are not in the league of solid mineral nations because we can't move our coal, we can't move our lead, we can't move our iron ore because they are bulk commodities. 1,000 ton barge is equal to 35 trailers. And if you want to move 1 million tons, because people don't buy them in one container, they buy them in millions of tons. 1 million ton of iron ore that you want to move from Kebbi to Lagos or to any other port. We don't even have the port, but let's assume you have the port. It's 35,000 trailers on the route. You ask yourself, which route will they follow? So that is, yes, and that's why we set up the sea link. And in doing the sea link, under the regional sea link, we have, the idea of sea link is to connect Africa. You see, let me tell you, whoever controls trade, controls logistics, controls trade. If you don't have logistics, you are a dumping ground. The Chinese will come and dump with their Costco because you don't have a Nigerian shipping line that will take you to other places. So you are their mercy. So that's why you develop. And in America, for example, they have a Jones Act. You can only avail certain services of the US government if you patronize US ships. That's just to tell you how. And they are the #1 economy in the world, so they don't joke with it. So you see, you have to be deliberate. And I think that's one thing that we need to know. We have to be deliberate in our policies to make sure that we see the benefit. Like somebody said, and I think it's an American, we are talking, said, in my company, we don't pay for efforts, we pay for results. And that is the same thing. You see, we are always making efforts. There's a policy here, there is a committee reviewing a policy, there's another committee reviewing the policy of the last committee. We are always on a committee stage of engagement. I think it is about results. So, and that's what we are trying to do with the sea link. And what we are saying with the sea link is that there will be regional connectivity. And we are engaging the MPA, for example, so that they can give us Ikorodu port, because they've dedicated Ikorodu port as a regional port. If we can use Ikorodu port, then we can use it as a platform for regional connectivity, and our vessels can come and carry it. But for the inland waterways, for example, I'm happy to announce that because of the sea link, we have had, they have issued to the sea link the Ajakuta port. So upgrade of the port is around the corner. We have engaged the Navy to do the survey, because if you don't, the Nigerian inland waterways have not been surveyed for the past 70 years, even before the British go. You see, the problem about navigation, there has to be navigational safety. Is the channel safe for sub-navigation? What is the draft? What kind of craft will you deploy? And that's why we have engaged the Navy. Hopefully by next month, they will start the survey. And the idea of the survey is to now have the navigational route and identify what level amount of dredging that needs to be done. And if there are wrecks on the channel, what wrecks needs to be reviewed. And with that, we can assure you that we will have badges. We already have people that are having badges, because we are going to be using 1,000 ton, 2,000 ton badges on the inland waterway, depending on the outcome of the survey. If the draft are deep enough, we have 5,000 ocean-going ships that can be coming to. So I think that is where we are, and we have identified a port, an arterial port, that can be used for aggregation. Then, because you may be asking, if we are moving these 1 million tons of solid minerals, which port? Already the ports are congested. There's a port that has been built by the British in 1859 and has been moribund. Nobody is using it. We are engaged with them, and it will be the arterial port to connect for inland waterway. That's the Burutu port. So already arrangements are on the way to upgrade that port. And that port, as it is today, even before the expansion that will come, has capacity to handle 3 million tons annually. So what we are saying is that once the inland waterway channel is surveyed and charted, channels are made navigable with dredging, sweeping, and wreck removal, I think we'll be able to deploy that, because by then we would have upgraded the Ajakuta port that can handle that. So for now, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have less than 10 minutes left. I will only be able to take a few questions. I know you want to ask number 1, 2, 3, 2 more. Okay, if it's 3, I'm okay. Okay, 4. Thank you. Let me start from you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you all as panelists. You've said wonderful things, but I'll pick first from Mr. Hope. You said we should be deliberate in our policies. And if we may ask, whose responsibility is that? We don't make the policy. It's the people who sit and represent us in the government that make the policy. I also want us to know that as much as we are looking for our individual businesses to thrive, we must approach it with empathy, because we spoke about inland dry ports, how everything will go through that port, and forgetting that there are people who had been engaged in this line of business before. What is the plans to rescue their own source of income? Their informal sectors. The Nigerian has not been left behind in terms of Africa exportation. We've been doing it, but there is no record. That's why we think we are not doing anything. People are taking goods all the way from, let me take Ibadan, to anywhere in the world, anywhere in Africa, up to the Gambia. It takes like a week to drive down, but there is no record to show for it. So it's not because we are not taking that. We are doing it already, but we need to have records. When we started this project in 2017, I and Dr. Alaba went up to the Seme border. There are a lot of borders that are not even registered, and people are going through them because there are too much of roadblocks on the official lane, and therefore they go through the corner way and go out of the country. So there is so much going on the borderline. There is a Okerete borderline at Oyo State that has been developed for how many years now? I think we should look at it both sides. As much as we are trying to formalize, let's also remember those people will be rendered, we are going to block their income. So what are we planning to make sure we engage them? Otherwise, they won't let that one also work.
Let me give you this.
Thank you. First of all, let me appreciate the contributors and the panel. You raised so many issues. I'm happy that I have the privilege to say a few words when I make the presentation, the next panel. But I want to emphasize one thing, that what I've heard here still comes to the issue of clarity of policy for export. You see, when Madame Okonjo-Iweala, NOI, as we call her, came here last week, she didn't only come to thank us, she came to warn us. She came to warn us that this economy will collapse on our heads, in spite of everything, all the potential that we have, unless we diversify. And there has to be clear. I have not, because when this program was to come up, I asked one of the key people, I won't mention her name, that can you get me the latest policy on export in Nigeria? She got me a document, well, a fairly good document from NEPC that expired in 2018, 4-year program, 2015 to 2018. And what bothered me in that document when I went through was there was no effort at synergy. That Ministry of Trade will work with Ministry of Trade and even agencies under the ministry. I never saw NEPZA mentioned. NEPZA means Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority. Export Processing Zones. NEXIM was barely mentioned about funding. And I'm very pleased to see the extremely erudite representative of NEXIM. But you know, part of the challenges we have about this issue of funding of exports. The whole thing appears very gray, even to me. Gray, you know what when you say something is gray, you know what it means? It's neither white nor black. We are not sure. We have to find a way to create synergy between government. And please, it is not only in this sector. You know what is happening in our security sector? One of the main issues is that the army will not cooperate with the police will not cooperate with the Air Force, everybody is running his own parallel system. So we must make sure there's convergence. And that is what one of the challenges on infrastructure. For instance, what should we have between Badagry proper and the Seme? You have almost 20-something roadblocks there. Some of them rope. So between here and my brother over there, there's 10 ropes. And that rope just means money. It's so silly. You know, of course, let's not talk. So it is very, very possible that we'll get this right, because whatever we may say, Nigeria will gain from the AFCFTA. In spite of whatever we will gain from it. But the main issue is that we must just cooperate. There has to be cooperation. I'll emphasize it in my paper, but we just must cooperate. All these challenges we are seeing, all the countries in Africa have the same challenges. There's nothing spectacular, but we are Nigeria. We are the leader. We must never lose sight of that fact, and we can make it work. Thank you.
I want to thank the resource persons, all of them, and appreciate the quality presentation. And the Honorable Minister has already addressed the major issue I wanted to talk on, the funding. But just to say, rising from here, one of the things we would expect government to do would be to give an order for all MDAs involved in matters regarding export to begin to work together and give the government a robust program of work and timelines on, from funders to those who facilitate and those who regulate, to give a robust program to government on how they are going to enable Nigeria to benefit from the Africa continental free trade area in the first instance. And also, we know we suffer a lot of in the hands of our brothers in Africa. Some of them are not so happy with what God has given us, and therefore they sometimes collude to frustrate us. We need to come with the might. If we come with our strength and honesty of purpose and a real program that is not lip service, wherever we go, we will have our right of place. We started, for instance, the Inland Dry Port. There is the MS Dry Port now. There are about 4 or 5 that are in oncoming. President Buhari has started the rail from Lagos to Kano, and from Kano to Dambata, to Daura, to Niger, and others from the eastern, from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. All these linkages for the dry port. We have seen in Kenya and Tanzania how it enabled the inland dry port to actually be beneficial to the economy. I mentioned one thing that I want to just say in a minute. If we are not competitive, forget it. If we cannot produce at rock bottom price and be able to beat every country in their places, deliver to that point. If they are producing in their country at 3 naira, we deliver in their country at 2 naira, then we definitely have a chance. If you are taking a container from Kano now by truck to Kano, it is about 1.2 million. If the rail becomes functional, you deliver at just 200,000 or less. If the ports are functional, you don't have to waste your money, leave Kano and go to Lagos, go to Port Harcourt port and the rest. You remain in Kano, you save that traveling cost, you save everything, including production costs and the rest. So I think we rise them from here, even if we do not recommend for the government to establish a ministry for exportation. I was in Tunisia about 30 years ago, and I had the privilege of meeting the minister for exportation. All the minister does, anything exportation, all the agents with anything on exportation were under him, and he was coordinating them. And so even if we do not recommend that, we seek an executive order. It's an alternative for all these agencies to work together with a robust program to government.
All right, very quickly, I'll just run through pointers that I want everyone to take home, particularly the National Action Committee and the ministry. Global compliant infrastructures, these are the quality infrastructure. This is a conversation that should be on the table. And domestication of instruments, it will address the concerns Leo was looking into, and political economics of achieving that. We see a lot of superficial conversations. We that are privileged to be working with the government, we know the politics, the behind the story issues that they are not talking about on this kind of flow. So be sincere with ourselves to move the needle. Intramodal and intermodal transport planning and corridor planning. When that's the kind of conversations I expected AFCFT, National Action Committee, to be having. But they are just traveling about sensitization. 2 years, we don't see any critical conversation, except when donors support with project reports and all of those, as we have just spoken about. Single window, bedeviled by interagency rivalry. Interministerial synergies. Now look, customs is finance, under Ministry of Finance. NACS, agriculture. NAFDAC, health. FRS, tariffs. For tariffs purposes, for which external tariffs are also trade issues. Finance, CBN, independent. And there's no like, let's talk the issues, such that you are not contravening, and I even wonder, when we hear committees, I see 11-man committee, 500 billion. I looked at the people who were there, because so we should look at moving this conversation sincerely, not political appointment of committee members, this and that. We will be wasting our time. And finally, Ceilings project. Ceilings project is protracted. It has good intentions, but nothing is really happening yet to the satisfaction of interested stakeholders. Look at the cabotage barriers and all of those, and we'll move forward. Thank you very much.
I will crave indulgence to have another 5 minutes to go around the panel. My time is up, please. Yeah, please. I'll give you one minute to respond and make your closing remark. 1 minute, please. I've overshot my time. Thank you.
I've just answered the 2 questions. C-Link project is contracted, well observed. It's contracted because of the problem we are having with organizations. NIWA is supposed to do the inland waterway survey. Now, NEXIM is paying, AFREXIM has provided grant funding to do the inland water survey. It will contract because organizations of government are supposed to do that, are not doing that. And institutions, multilateral institutions are the one giving us donor funding to do the survey to bring our crafts on the road. The issue of deliberate policies, how do we go about it? How do we make sure that I'll just advocate for joint advocacy, KPI and sanctions. The problem with Nigeria is that there are rules. Okay, we have Executive Order 001. Everybody is flouting that rule. We have not heard of anybody being sanctioned. So that is an issue. You see, when people are giving KPI, they should be held responsible for the KPI.
Well, I may need more than one, but then let me say the following briefly. I will, as a matter of responsibility, take back your comments, your questions, queries, back to the ministry leadership, particularly while reviewing our economic and trade policies. And I believe this will surely help our country to enhance our competitiveness in the global economy, particularly in the AFCFTA. Now, to the questions. Whose responsibility to be deliberate? Is all our collective responsibility? All stakeholders are usually consulted before policies are formulated, and also in the course of policy implementation for feedback. I think we need to play our role responsibly, and you also need to give feedback in terms of what you think about government policies and direction. Number two, there are several comments in terms of issue of clarity, policies, and all the rest, the roles of different agencies of government. I'll be honest with you. When we drafted our Nigerian trade policy in 2012, it was a product of stakeholder engagement consultations, and some of them are still alive today. We were able to define the rules of all the MDs, including the structure for the implementation, even at the cabinet level. In terms of expectations, what all the MDs should do, this and that, Executive Order 001 is very clear. It's very clear. I wish we can go back and read it. But I like what our friend said from NEXIM, that there is no sanction. Well, I'm not to invoke that sanction. I'm not to apply it. But more importantly is the mechanism for feedback monitoring and to ensure proper safeguard and sanction. I think the last one from Mr. Ibukun in terms of we should walk the talk. It's not everything we can say in the open. Let me be honest with you. We can't say everything in the open. But I'll be honest with you, we are doing our best in terms of deliverable, in terms of the low-hanging fruits. Let me tell you what my PAMSEC said of recent. He said, you guys are not blowing your trumpet. If I want to blow a trumpet today, honestly, you will applaud us that we are doing our best. And I'll give an example. During the COVID-19 crisis, since last year up to perhaps this year, what did the ministry did? We didn't allow the economy to be shut down. We on our own created the Emergency Operations Center. And that enabled businesses to try, particularly the SMEs, including the logistics. We operate 24 hours and we receive complaint online. We were able to facilitate the movements of goods, particularly essential goods during that period. If you don't know, I can tell you how many disputes we resolved, how many calls our permanent secretary made, how many interventions from the leadership of the ministry, including the two ministers. Honestly, perhaps we are underreported. Perhaps we are not blowing our trumpet enough. But at the level of the ministry, we are doing that. But we can't do it alone. We need cooperation, we need collaboration, we need synergy. I think.
Thank you, Ibuku. Thank you for wearing my hat today in the way you spoke. Okay, so for me, what I hear, in all this is that there are rules, there are regulations, there are policies, but there are no clear mechanisms for managing consequence when people don't do what they ought to do. So we seem to be operating in a convoluted political economy where a lot of efforts go in at this level. Mr. Hope you've heard him speak. Mr. Audu, my friend here from the NAC. These are all people working from inside the government. These are all people who, obviously know what ought to be done. So why are we not doing that which ought to be done? It's a political economic problem from the incentives, from the top, from the leadership, from the top. How do we instill that kind of vision that would make sure that the things we know, not the ones we don't know, that the things we know are done and are done properly? That's the question for you and I, for anybody who is interested in the development of Nigeria. When you think about this problem, think beyond the economics, think about the politics of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll respond to the last question from Mr. Ibuku, and I will say that corridor development is an integral part of having SME aggregation models or initiatives. It makes no sense to be able to create competitiveness in particular locations if you cannot move the product to a market source or to the export market. So when we discuss SME aggregation, we're also looking at how we can reduce time and cost to markets, whether they're local or whether they're external. So that is a conversation that is actually ongoing. The Federal Ministry of Trade is spearheading an initiative. And I should also mention that there are a number of stakeholders that are looking at not just improving the quality of the road, but ensuring that those things that are barriers, non-tariff barriers, that are cost escalators are addressed and removed. And then also those corridors are are now opportunities for new investment so that we can create agglomeration of complementary industries and ensure that products go from point to point at the lowest possible cost. It is a conversation that is ongoing. It is being done.
Thank you very much. That was a very important point you mentioned, and which I already elucidated in my comment earlier. There cannot be anything moving from point to point if the infrastructure is not there. If the infrastructure is half-baked. If the people promoting policy do not do what? Deliberately fix these problems. The transport infrastructure that is required now to facilitate trade and commerce is the inland dry port. Government, maybe through the ease of doing business 001, needs to go back, for example, and say, you know what, we need to reform this. Let's unstock how operations at the ports are being done. Do you blame Hadiza for saying that we cannot export for the next 2 weeks? Do you think she's crazy? She's not. She's telling you what is practically possible as a solution. The transport infrastructure, which includes the port, has broken down. So if you like, create business executive 0010. It will not work. She has just simply told you that the economy must fail for 2 weeks and receipts from export will not come in because the infrastructure cannot handle it. But if we have dry ports, which is a transport infrastructure working, and if we have the Federal Ministry of Transport Industry, that they have a commodities department and all that, because we are starting export now, and the National Action Committee deliberately put it there and say, move these people away from the port. Let them go to the dry port. Freight forwarders, clearing agent, custom agents. What are you doing at the port? If your goods come, move them to the inland dry port, which is a major transport infrastructure. There's one in Kano, there's one in Benin, there's one in Kaduna, and others are coming up. Let's take advantage of the infrastructure we already have, even if it's broken in between. But we keep moving. The rail line keeps shaking and moving. We have to take advantage, ladies and gentlemen. We have to be deliberate in our policy to say, we must go this direction. We must go this way. So thank you very much.
Well, I do not have too much to say because our time is far gone. But all I will say is that we have seen the role of working together first and foremost. We need to collaborate more to develop export, particularly export products, issue of market access, issue of logistics, all of those came out clearly. Particularly, we must as work together as one government for government agencies, and also collaborate with private sector the more. Because the problem or the whatever policy or law we are making is for the use of the private sector. And if we don't know what is actually happening to them in terms of problems, there's no way we can solve it with our policies. So I would just say that we need to collaborate more, and we need to do everything possible to see how much we can take advantage of AFCFTA as the continental leader. You know, dry ports, we must make it functional and make them useful. The Ministry of Trade, export development policies, and all of the link projects, you know, we must keep at it and make sure we get somewhere and we maximally enjoy. So I want to appreciate every one of my panelists today. The discussion has been so rich, and I want to say, let's all keep at it and we'll get there. Thank you so much.
A very big thank you. Thank you to our first panelists for the first panel session. We're grateful for your time. Panel moderator, Dr. Olumuyiwa Alaba, thank you very much. Lead presenter, Mr. Olufemi Boyede, thank you for your presentation and setting up this conversation in the right direction. All right, thank you also to Mr. Suleiman Audu. A very big thank you to Leonard Ugbaja. Thank you all very much. Thank you to Mr. Chukura as well. Again, the conversation is only just beginning. From what I gathered, there's so much to be done and the challenges seem daunting, but I believe at the same time that it is surmountable. I'd like to, at this point, let you know that we're having a second panel conversation, and this time the focus is improving the competitiveness of Nigeria's non-oil export sector in the international market. I recall the president of NPNEN saying so earlier that except we become competitive, we may not achieve our goals. But before the second panel discussion begins, I'd like us to we'll take a short break for just about 5 minutes. We'll take our virtual exhibition video to allow all of us settling and prepare for the second session. After that, we'll be back to announce our second session. Please stay.
Eudokas is a health-focused family solution brand that caters to the needs of the entire family. Our products are formulated to nourish, maintain, enhance, and perform relief therapy for various skin and hair conditions, accomplishing the Sustainable Development Goal 3, 5, 8, and 13. Eudokas Lakota collection includes raw shea butter, African black soap, neem oil, shea oil, coconut oil, baobab oil, body oil mist, body butters, body wash, body lotions, amongst others. Lakota means care in Igbo language. The collection is made with great care and 100% natural ingredients in generous quantities to create effective bath and body products for your entire family. Our products are NAFDAC approved and US FDA registered. We found African black soap and shea butter to be the ultimate healing balm. Shea butter is the integral part of Eudoka's brand. We source our shea butter directly from women-run cooperatives in West Africa. We provide economic access that allows women to feed, clothe, and educate their children. The higher percentage of shea butter in our products also mean that we purchase more butters, which brings more money to women and their communities. This enables women to gain economic power and change the life of those around her. Our vision is to be top 5 players in our industry in Nigeria by 2022 and also become successful exporters. We are armed with the mission to create innovative personal care products using natural ingredients that are effective, free from chemical safety issues, and treat the skin. To learn more about us, visit our website www.eudokas.com.
I am Mark Atasi, chairman of Enyimba Automated Shoe Company in NASCO in Aba. Aba is easily the largest shoe making cluster in Africa with over 200,000 shoemakers, several thousands of machines, and an entire ecosystem of shoemaking. Enyimba Automated Shoe Factory will modernize the way shoemaking is done with its modern machinery and its low cost of operations. NASCO is in alliance with the Abia Polytechnic and an ICT hub that will help it to groom a large number of shoemakers using this modern technology. This will help the industry to become better in providing global products in the shoe sector. Watch our space as we grow and become globally relevant in the shoe industry.
I am Adako Uwama Oseza, and I am the Executive Director of Sales and Marketing for the Enyimba Automated Shoe Company, Aba, Abia State, Nigeria. We have started well by securing production contracts from some federal agencies. And not only that, this week, we commenced work to meet the demand of a South African retail chain supplier in Nigeria and in some parts of Africa. We are in talks with well-established retail chains and hope to become a major supplier of world-class affordable shoes in the near future. We need to become a well-known player in this space with our own brand, also with third-party brands. Watch this space, upgrading our shoe sector to become globally relevant. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Latifa. I'm the founder of Tikwa Foods, an agro-processing company based here in Lagos, where we provide quality, healthy, stress-free beans and other beans products. Our new line of products is the Tikwa beans mix, which is an instant beans flour, not like the regular beans flour. This has all ingredients included. It has onion, pepper, crayfish. Very seamless to prepare and easy to prepare at a go. It is great for moi moi, behiri, akara, pankara, baked moi moi, name it, any other base meal.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. It's been a long time. I miss everybody. A big shout out to all our customers throughout 2020. You people have been so wonderful. This is another set of product that is going out tomorrow. This is 68 cartons going out. My shout out to Mr. Ade. It's a gift on it for the Christmas promo we are doing. So I'll be expecting you. Bye-bye. I'm expecting your order. Place it now. Now. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good day to you. This is your friend. And then regular rice. Get this. This is what people are giving. And if you know you are into souvenir pack, you do souvenir, you do amper, just call us. This can be part of your amper. Our Gary can be part of your amper. You can put it inside. So I am waiting your call on 080.
Immediately after the second panel discussion. Let me quickly bring up our panelists for this discussion. We have the moderator, Bamidele Ayemibo. For Bamidele Ayemibo. Welcome, Bamidele. I'll be yielding the microphone to you very shortly. And we also have a lead presenter. The lead presenter is Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, SAN. A round of applause for him, please. Our panelists, Jimmy Adebaki, FOB Global Logistics. Please, a round of applause for him. Adetokunbo Adewoyi, Principal Consultant of Fortress 20 Commodities, is also on this panel. Please come forward. Adetokunbo Adewoyi, Principal Consultant of Fortress 20 Commodities. A round of applause for her as she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, is it possible to ask for your attention? Thank you very much. Welcome, sir, and welcome, ma'am. We also have with us Prince Ajibola Oluyede Nisat, who's actually represented here by Emmanuel Neji. Is Mr. Neji here? A round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this conversation is focused on improving the competitiveness of Nigeria's non-oil export sector in the international market. Bamidele, I yield the floor to you. Lanre here now? Oh, forgive me, I didn't realize Lanre was here. Lanre Nwakwa, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. That's why I thought Lanre wasn't here. Lanre, please forgive me. Although when I saw Lanre Nwako, I thought it might be a female because it's hard for a Yoruba Lanre to be male and then be Nwako at the same time. So I knew somehow it had to be a female, a Yoruba woman who had been taken away to the Igbo land. All right, Lanre Nwako, good to have you. That's all your panelists, Bamidele? All right, so the floor belongs to you now.
All right, thank you very much. You can leave it there. Yes. On the, yes. All right, we'll have the presentation from Mr. Adetokunbo Kayode now, as the presenter for this session to drive the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Stand on existing protocol. I'm really pleased to be here to contribute to the conversation about promoting our exports. And I will appreciate the president of the network, the facilitators, particularly the two Dr. Titis. I think there are many people that I only know two Dr. Titis working together. I thank you very much for the privilege. Those of us who are in the first session have listened to so many challenges facing our export business. And there appear so many that it's a wonder that we still get anything done. And it is also could be very depressing and worrisome, especially because there are two types of trade in the world: internal trade and the external trade, the international trade. And the export is the external trade. Simple. So if you have all these challenges in the external trade, that means that we are only doing one instead of two that everybody is doing. So we need to understand the challenges. Some of them, as I said, were stated earlier, and provide solutions. It's so important. For me, I think that we blaming, complaining, agonizing will not help. We identify the problems and provide the solutions to it. And most times, like when we were in school, we were told that this was much later when we were in the university, because when we were in lower school, we never knew that if you understand the problem, it's 50% of the mark. So in the university, when we were taught this, so we analyze the problem. This person is asking about this. Then you got 50%, even if you don't know the total answer. So we analyze, we identify the problems, then we begin to find solutions to it. Understanding the problem is half of the solution. So what are the challenges? As I said, some of them have been analyzed earlier, so I'll just state some that I put in my notes here. Some of the problems that prevent our country from achieving export competitiveness or its international trade targets and economic development include finance, marketing, inadequate government policies, incentives, foreign exchange challenges, deficit, trade regulations, import restrictions, communication, inability to speak the language, even of the persons you want to deal with. And this is very important, and it will become even more important when we enter fully into the AFCFTA. Because if you are based in Abuja or Namoda and you want to trade in Benin and you do not understand French, and the Benin trader does not understand English, then you will have issues about communication. Of course, the export price mechanisms, inability to meet standards and quality required. This is very important. All over the world now, you have to meet standards which are fixed. There's also, for instance, the common one is the halal, because the halal economy is so huge. And when I was the president of, I tried to actually bring it up for COVID to emphasize halal economy, which is about $3 trillion all over the world. It's a low-hanging fruit for Nigeria. We have roughly about 100 million Muslims. That's one of the largest in the world. And the economy is huge. It's part of the Islamic economy, which we should key into. Maybe if we have been able to do that, we'll have been able to resolve some of the challenges facing us in terms of security and banditry today. So these are part of the challenges in addition to the ones that have been mentioned earlier. Now, so from this litany of complaints, two issues are clear. We have challenges as to our export promotion strategy as well as corporate export strategy. Export promotion is principally driven by government via agencies, Export Promotion Council, Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority, Federal Ministry of Trade, Nexim Bank, and so on and so forth. While the export strategy, that's the second one, is generally individual exporter driven, even though it may still be impacted negatively or positively by government policy or lack of it. So I want to look at export promotion strategy. The challenges about our export, about policy deficiencies and its impact on our export economy is given. We don't need to go over it. We all know this. And applies equally to both international as well as to our African trade, especially within the framework of the AFCFTA. I believe if we get the basic policy strategy for exports generally right, then we will have very few issues about profiting hugely from the opportunities of that the AFCF. So we must get the policy issue right. Because of time, I will not go into definition of policy and strategy and all that, but there are generally measures which government put in place to promote and enhance export at every level. And export promotion is one of the principal opportunities for government to influence the volume and types of goods and services exported from the country. And please note, because I'll come back to this later, I've talked about goods and services. One of the gentlemen who spoke in the last meeting was the gentleman from Nexim Bank. I talked about services. This is so important because we tend to export in terms of cocoa, groundnut, and so on and so forth, whereas services is huge. Ultimately, we found out that Nigeria is a country of many opportunities. In agriculture, yes, because we have the land. In solid minerals, yes, because we have it. And unbelievably, even in services. And the we must understand that all the prioritized products there must be a deliberate policy to support the production for export. And later I will show that it goes even beyond production. It includes packaging, even before then. You know, the seeds that you plant, the person you want to export to wants to know where you got the seed from, how you planted it, what type of chemicals you used to plant it, fertilizer, whatever, what quantity, does it meet their own standards, how do you harvest, how do you do store, how do you do package, and of course process, and what are the logistics arrangements made. Because if you are exporting Indomie from Nigeria, and Indomie's shelf life is 1 year, and in 8 months it's still on the way, nobody is going to buy from you a product that will soon expire, right? So we have to put in structure that make everything competitive. And very importantly, also the structure that ensure that it creates employment, because that is what we gain, employment for the, of course, engage the unemployed youth as well as poverty alleviation. So the structure of your export industry must be in harmony with your country's structure. That is what you want to export. There must be a synergy between your country and it. It is what you have in abundance. It is what you have competitive or comparative advantage over. It is what I can produce, get for you, good foreign exchange. It's also a product that can enable you employ your people. I've circulated my paper to, maybe they will circulate it. I don't want to go into too much technical stuff. But all this is to enable us achieve economic growth and diversify our economy. And one of the easiest ways to do it, as Dr. Okonjo-Iweala has said last week, that you must move away from oil. And government have said it, I think, the past 20 years or 30 years. So talk is what? Cheap. We must put in place the policy that do non-oil export by diversifying our economy to allow for growth and development. And the way to do it is to have a clear policy that allows this to happen. Now, let me say this, I want to capture it clearly. All I've said follows, therefore, that to achieve and enhance export competitiveness, whether within the AFCFTA framework or in international trade in general, we must support, assist, cajole, or force government to do the following. One, and let me repeat it, we must support government, assist them, and if possible, we have to force them or cajole them to support, to do the following. One, support existing exports to sustain and enhance competitiveness. Two, embrace goods and service exports to promote export orientation among national producers. National producers. Because export is an area where you really want to nationalize. Not in terms of taking somebody else's business, but encourage your own people to do it. And in fact, that is the aim of government. But only they didn't articulate it properly because there's no clear policy. In Nigeria today, we have NEPC, which is the Export Promotion Council. We also have Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority, which is really meant for foreign companies that come here to manufacture for export. Principally, and they don't pay tax. Technically speaking, they're not supposed to pay anything. It's just for them to manufacture here. So we can do what? We can employ our own people, okay? And also get technology transfer, principally. But the export trade we are talking about is the domestic one that we do among ourselves. So it's a national thing, and government must do everything, put everything in place to ensure that they support national producers. Three, provide and deliver efficient fiscal incentives leveraged towards enhanced value addition and export expansion. That is, all these export incentives, export expansion grants, export development fund, must be clearly disbursed must be implemented in the way that is clear, that is not gray, that is not hidden, that the rules are so transparent that all of us can key into it. That will be done in a way that the national, NPNEN, and all the stakeholders will know who is getting what. 4, support potentially competitive companies, internationally successful players. That is, when you see a Nigerian company, support it, back it up. There's a case of a young girl who was packaging Zobo. Packaged it, it's dried, then you just mix it. You her up at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce when I was president, and really try to carry her around. And I can assure you that after so much publicity and everything, we got a call from the Jamaican ambassador that, look, can we facilitate? Can we facilitate it? Because they love Zobo. They call it hibiscus over there. Can we facilitate this being in the country? And I also know that the way it is packaged, you can meet all the standards all over the world. But you must handhold such companies, small companies like that, and support it as a matter of deliberate policy. Finally, must assist non-competitive companies, that even companies that are struggling, there must be a deliberate policy to assist them, to help them with new products and make them competitive. And all these aims have principally 2 objectives, and we have to help government to do it. 1, to reform and enact trade policies, export policies. There must be a deliberate, clear export policy. I stand to be corrected. As far as I know, there is no such policy. Okay, that's fine. So we know there's no such policy. This meeting, this conference, our network must work to assist government to bring out a policy like this to be able to achieve all the purposes. And such a policy must have a plan of action, an implementation plan. Why do our policies fail? From my own little experience, they fail because we do not attach to it an implementation plan. A plan that provides milestones and timelines. Between March and June, you will do A and B, and this is to be done by Mr. X and Y. We just make a policy. That's not what the paper is written on. So, as I said, and I'm going to emphasize this, we must, as a network, as a sector, support government to do this. If possible, give them a draft. They will be happy. And I can tell you that when I had the privilege to serve in government, maybe about 100 years ago, I saw the deficit in this, whereby we have policy. We had cultural policy then, I recall, when I was Minister of Culture, but there was no implementation plan. So I just laughed. I said, how can this work? And we tried to put such a plan to it. Unfortunately, I didn't have the privilege to implement that plan because I was moved off to other places. But it's very important. And you can see that when you have a policy and a plan, you begin to see the deficiency of your policy, because every policy has to be reviewed. There is no policy that's cast in stone. That is why I think government standards that you review a policy every 6 years or something. And I can tell you that when I look at the cultural policy that government made, spent a lot of money, got UNESCO and all these national bodies to help them, there was no mention of cultural industries in that policy. Now, cultural industries has a second name. It's called creative industries. And this is the foundation of Nollywood, music, arts and crafts, and all these things that now is making so much, giving Nigeria so much good name all over the world. I don't need to mention Davido or Burna Boy. There are other people like that who are achieving greatly. Even Nigerian actors that are beginning to feature in international movies, coming to America too, and all this, a lot of things are coming on. And a lot of young people are being employed, a lot of earnings is being made. Okay? So, luckily and happily, I was able to get the Ministry of Culture then to appoint an assistant director for cultural industries with a lot of course, a lot of resistance, but it happened, which shows that if you put in the policy and somebody is there to guide it, it will work. Now today we all know that this is our success story. And it's not late. Government must now put in a policy that will support this industry. What are you doing to help the young people who have talent? You know, how do you raise it up? Somebody raised the issue of the poor quality of our films, so they cannot get into. It's okay. For me, that's how the Chinese and the Indians started, right? But now they are box offices. We have started. So the policy now should come to support, to raise the standard of these, in quote, poor qualities, to make them international standard qualities. The brain is there. And for me, in fact, let me tell you a short story. When Nigeria was, we waited for a stretch of time before we signed the AFCFTA. Is that not so? We wanted to know, oh, we become a dumping ground. Oh, Nigeria will be cheated. Oh, we are going to suffer. But do you know that all over Africa, I happen to be the vice president of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, based in Addis Ababa. All over Africa, all my colleagues, they can't believe it. Nigeria, what is wrong with you? We are afraid that when you sign off, you are going to take over the whole business. They believe we will take over the business, and that is the truth. How many Kenyans do you see doing business in Nigeria? How many Nigerians are in Nairobi doing business? Or South Africans in Nigeria? Or Nigerians in South Africa? Even Ghana here. So you can understand when Ghana is making all this, small policies of harassing our traders. Sometimes you really need to sympathize with them. Nigeria is in charge. That is the truth. How many Ghanaians do you see selling things here or doing business here? But go there. Maybe Nigeria own half of Accra. Maybe. So the point we're making is that we have the energy, we have the strength, we just need the backing, the support, continuous, focused, deliberate support of specific industries. And this can be achieved by working with an organization like NPNEN and other stakeholders. We should not allow government to make policies as if it's a government paper. No, the policy is meant for us. Government does not export, well, maybe they export petrol, but then the truth is that they don't export petrol. They only collect the revenue from petrol. Private companies export the petrol. So you see, so the exporters are actually we. So if there will be a policy to enhance competitiveness in the industry, we must ensure that we take play a leadership role and support government to put this in. So I have discussed about the importance of policy and the role it can play to make business competitive. And I have also talked about the importance of developing products for export. In my paper, I have highlighted some areas that, well, as I said, I have tried to avoid criticizing policy, criticizing government decisions, because I also understand the challenges that they face. And that is why I emphasize the importance of supporting government in a very strong way, not in eye service. This is what we think should happen. We should take the bull by the horn, present, and I'm happy the president of the network said, present our position to government. This is the policy we think you should do. This is the implementation plan we support you with. Then you see, when we do that, we now understand where the gap is between us and government, why some things are not working and why they can work. I looked at the NEPC strategy 2018 to 2015 to 2018, and they outlined 9 strategic objectives. But I'm sure if they had consulted with us, those objectives would only have been 3. And out of the 9 objectives, I can tell you, only 2 had milestones and timelines out of 9. For me, the most critical objective to develop priority export products, to develop, maybe they meant develop and identify and develop priority export products, has no timeline. Okay. Now, again, in those products they identified 13 focus products. 1, under agriculture, 2, under industry, principally under agriculture and industry. Now, under agriculture, they identified palm oil for export. Okay, it's questionable, but okay, because we are net importer of edible vegetable oil. We have to understand that. Cocoa, yes. Cashew, yes. But then sugar, we are net importer of sugar in Nigeria. And rice, we are net importer. So I put question mark on that. But do you want to export cocoa? What is the policy of our neighbors? And one of the speakers mentioned it, and he's right. Last year, was it last year, 2019, Ghana exported to Nigeria $17 million worth of chocolate. I mean, when I read it, first of all, I went back to sleep. Because things like that give me headache. Ghana exporting chocolate to Nigeria. I mean, you understand? So why can't we export cocoa butter? That is the first primary product, cocoa butter, to the whole of Africa. And we, our Nigerians there, will turn it to chocolate for them. Because chocolate is neither here nor there. You do base chocolate, you send it to Europe, they will still mix it the way they want. Some they will put alcohol, some they won't put, depends on how they put nuts or they won't put. In China today, there's a chocolate brand called Ghana in China. It's made by Chinese. They know how they play their game, because they are, of course, trying to corner the cocoa business from them. We should, you see, if we wait, somebody's going to corner the cocoa business from here, and to be to our loss. And this applies to not only cocoa, to even groundnuts. In spite of the fact that we are net importers of edible oil, but we can actually expand our production of groundnut and add value to it. And that's the point I'm making. Not to just target export of raw material. The world has moved on. So as a matter of deliberate policy, government will say, look, between now and 2004, we will reduce exports of raw cocoa by 50%, export of raw cashew by 50%, and so on and so forth. Then you see the amount of jobs that will be created here. You see the volume of foreign exchange that we earn from adding value. Now, if there is no clear-cut policy by government, and if there's no specific directive to organizations like Bank of Industry, Next-Gen Bank to fund value addition, we will not achieve this. Finally, most of our products, all these agricultural products mentioned, the export is controlled almost 100% by foreigners. Let us not deceive ourselves. Indians, Chinese, and Thai, and so on and so forth. Fine, because they go to the bush, to the farms actually to pay in advance. But if I'm governor of a state, there's no problem. You pay for the cocoa or cashew, whatever, fine. But you will process it before you take it out. It's possible. Very, very possible. In, which country is that? Thailand. You know, when I was president of Abuja Chamber of Commerce, I was invited. I refused to the first time because I didn't want Bangkok stamp on my passport. We know what they are very famous for. I didn't want to get involved in that. But after a lot of persuasion, we went to Thailand. Please, I'll also round up, but this is very important. I just want to make this point. And it was then I knew that Thailand is the biggest, commercial, the biggest business they do there is processing of precious stones. Until then, I never knew Nigeria is one of the biggest suppliers of precious stones in the world. How many of you know this? How many of us know? And this is almost 100% export business. Nigeria, one of the biggest producers of raw precious stones in the world. That's why I was invited to come and see. Why? Because they have exhausted their own precious stones. They want to create business between us and them, but they want it formal. Because the bulk of stones they get from Nigeria is informal. People pack them in a sack and export it. Now, in Thailand, when you get there, you bring your stones in, it's free. You can bring your raw stones in free. You can. I want to underscore the issue of policy, but you cannot take it out without paying tax. So if you take it there, you will pay them to process it, to finish it. And you pay them for that, then you pay tax to take it out. But you can bring it in free. Now, if you take it in free, they price it anyhow. Something that is $10, they say it's $2. If you refuse, take it out, let us see. You get it. So this is the clarity of policy that from our own to express, we want government to put it, and we can help. Now, what is Nigerian policy about precious stones? Do you know this is a business that's worth about $40 billion all over the world? Nigeria should be a key player. Nigeria should be a key player. And it took a lot of fights when we came back to persuade the Ministry of Solid Minerals to understand this and to begin to work with the stakeholders. Thank God they agreed and they started doing that. So I just use this to underscore the importance of policy and the role that we can play. Not that to say, oh, government bring the policy. It will be half-baked because they are not the dealers, they're not the traders, they're not the exporters. So we must play a critical role in ensuring that we put in the policy, and PDF can support this really, because in a smaller setting, we can help them, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are such policies all over the world that we can take and panel-beat it to suit our own purposes and present it to government and say, this is what we suggest we should be doing. And it can help us. So this is actually the core of my paper. I've been seeing signals, so I'm going to end here, but if you allow me to just make my final points, then I will. Now, I want to make these final points. Now, in addition to identifying the key areas, the key industries, there are some, yes, I've mentioned creative industries already. There are some, now, other than that, other than creative, there's also technology. The gentleman from Nexim Bank mentioned that Nigeria has done transactions the past 1 year or two over $500 million in technology. Those are the areas, those are the ones that we know. Those are the ones that hit the media. Andela, all the $200 million, $300 million, but there are thousands of young Nigerians doing great things in technology. Again, there is no clear policy about it. Thank God the government now has established Ministry of Digital Economy, and they have a very vibrant minister in charge. But technology is never for technology's sake. Technology is for business. So this is why we have to key into that. What is sectoral policy on marketing, commercializing technology in Nigeria? Again, this is an area which I thought we should emphasize and take let government know this. Finally, there are cross-cutting sectors within the export business, which we need to again emphasize. The first one is capacity, technology, human resources, trade information. Now, 3 very critical ones I will emphasize. The first one is packaging. Look, you remember the saga of the yam export. The yam that was exported with a lot of fanfare. What killed the yam? Just packaging. I challenge all of us to think about the importance of packaging. Because you don't, when you produce for export, you must package it the way it can be exported. Packaging is very critical, and it's a big business. It's not free. It's good opportunity. And it's across the board of all exports. Packaging is very important. Of course, I've talked about finance then. Transport and logistics, we have also talked about that. So those are the five critical areas of importance that we really must emphasize. So I'll conclude by saying that policy well, I've talked about policy also, that I'll conclude by, first of all, let me thank the organizers for the opportunity. I also conclude by, I'll be most obliged if at the end of this conference, one of the outcomes is for us to assist government to develop an export policy that identifies the need to develop products, not just to say we want to export, develop them specifically for export, and create a value chain so that everybody can key into it. I don't need to export, but I could provide services within the export chain, and I'll be very happy. More importantly, there's need to support the export sector, specific deliberate policy to export to support it, and that is why Nexim Bank was created. Okay, Nexim Bank should take ownership of this meeting, of this network. The same thing with NEPC, the same thing with NEPZA, Nigerian Export Processing Zones. You take ownership and work as if they are serving under us. Work with collaborative sense and partnership with us. And this can be achieved if in that policy we emphasize the need for the National Economic Council. And please, this is my last point that's very important. National Economic Council to provide an overarching coordination. You see, export is everybody's business. Agriculture, solid minerals, finance, custom, technology, everybody is involved. So who will take instruction from who? Can the Minister of Trade give instruction to the Minister of Agriculture? He's not going to, he can't do that. But if you have an overarching budget, that is, I think that is the conclusion of the last something, that there has to be a coordination, which doesn't exist now. National Economic Council have an in-situ committee within the council to coordinate activities of export and drive the export policy. Then I believe in the next few months and years, we'll begin to see the difference. And if we are able to do this, then we'll have achieved the purpose of this conference. I thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I apologize for taking so much time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Our time is fast spent. We'll have just, for the first round with the panelists, we'll have just about 2 minutes to highlight the issues. Basically, based on your experience, since we are all practitioners, either as an exporter, as a logistic person, as an inspection or certification agency, what exactly are the challenges? Now, and I want us to be specific because we have a very short time. Challenges relating to competitiveness. What do you think is the issue? I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about the solution, because the idea of this program is to provide solution that we can also made available to government afterwards. So let me start with you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. So if we look at the challenges from the perspective of an exporter, I would say there are basically 3 things. And number 1 is the mindset. So when you think about exports, a lot of people think that export is business as usual, and export is not business as usual. So whenever I go anywhere and I talk about exports, I say to the people that if you have taken up the responsibility of being an exporter, then you're an ambassador. So whatever that you are doing, you are representing Nigeria in the global space. And whatever product or whatever service that you are rendering, what you are actually carrying is that flag, is Nigeria. So if you mess it up, you've messed Nigeria up. If you do it right, you have done Nigeria right. That's the number one challenge, the mindset. Are we exporting because we want to make money, or we want to represent Nigeria very well in the international market? Who are the people that are our ambassadors? That's the number one challenge. The number two challenge are the internal challenges. So I was at a seminar in a class about a month ago, and they were talking about external challenges, which are the ports, the policies, and all of that. And so they said, we are discouraged. We are not even interested in these exports again. And I said to them, if the logistic challenges are solved, if the port challenges are solved, if every other challenge, which are external to exports, are solved, are we ready? With the quality of our products. So I said to people, in the international market, there's no help me manage them like that. No, you can't do it. The quality specifications are the quality specifications. And like the keynote speaker rightly said, he was saying something about producing to international specifications. So if I'm an export farmer, for example,
you have 1 minute more.
Okay, from the beginning of producing that product, it's not a random thing. It's not something that I'm just doing. I already know what the specifications of the international market are, and I'm producing to that international market. So these are some of the challenges that we face. We should not have any rejections in the international market if we are purposeful about producing for the international market.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I want us to speak specifically to what are the issues that is making us not to be competitive. Like I said, I'll come back for us to address your recommendation of what you think individual can do and what government can do. What exactly are the issues that is making us competitive? I know you'll be talking from logistics perspective, FOB. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, can I thank the organizers for putting this very critical assignment for the nation as a topic for discussion. In terms of challenges, Nigeria thinks export is an equal opportunity forum. Export is not an equal opportunity forum. United Kingdom does not want you to export to their country because it affects their balance of payment. America does not want you to export to their country because it affects their balance of payment. Ghana does not want you to export to their country because it affects their balance of payment. I spent 3 months at the height of COVID-19 in the UK, having conversation with the UK border force, having conversations with the EU border force. Why is it that Nigerian product?
Go ahead, just go ahead.
The Nigerian Export Promotion Council joined us by the webinar. And they said to us, Nigeria as a nation, we think we can cut corners. Export is not for cutting of corners. Also, you cannot export if you don't have your own national carrier, if you don't have your own vessel liners, because 80% is about logistics. If we are at the mercy of foreign airlines, we are at the mercy of foreign vessel liners. Also, you cannot export what we are trying to do now, domestic export warehouses. It has to be an aggregation forum. You cannot export. If you look at all the embassies, they all have commercial attaches that are deliberately posted to those countries to find out where are the competitive advantage for their own home industry. The question is, do we have such desk at the Nigerian embassies offshore? No, we don't. Lastly, in terms of challenges, we need to enhance the small and medium-sized exporters, the informal exporters. I spent the last 14 years trying to see how we can support Nigerian exporters. And I believe that if the government can create the enabling environment, like organizations like this, to put forward a deliberate government policy to support the non-oil industry, yes, we'll be on the path to achieving a meaningful result.
Standards and certification. Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking PDF for betting NPNEN. And I want to commend this initiative. I congratulate NPNEN. It's a very, very big drive and stride in the right direction. Just to quickly speak to points, since we are talking about the challenges now. In my opinion, within a few years of working in the certification and the standards sector, by the way, I'm representing NISAT. And whenever I represent NISAT in forums like this, I want to make sure we know that NISAT is not NISAL. So it's NICERT, and it's a private company that is saddled with responsibility of inspection, conformity assessment, and certification to enable our producers comply with the international standards so that they are able to export. I'll talk about two key issues quickly. One of the major things we have discovered is a serious impediment for export, non-oil export, is what I call lack of market intelligence. By lack of market intelligence, I mean, in the first place, many of these producers, MSMEs from Nigeria, do not even understand the kinds of products that are in demand in the international markets. That is one. And so you find people producing the wrong things, hoping to find a market for it. Just the problem. We'll talk about the solution later. And then there is also an issue of lack of market intelligence with respect to standards and certification. In other words, you are not just producing a product, but you need to understand what specifications the market is asking for. Is also one of the key issues that I see affecting export, non-oil export from Nigeria. And then there's a lot of informal exports actually going out from Nigeria. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier that people are exporting even from borders that are not recognized. To be able to export through the formal borders, it means that you must put in place the necessary protocols. That is not done. So the area of implementation, compliance to these standards and specifications, and certification, of course, to demonstrate compliance is also a very, very key area that we need to address. Because if every infrastructure is in place, like Ade mentioned a while ago, and our exporters are not ready, we would not be able to export to those markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, madam, you're an exporter. What is making you, another exporter, not be competitive? Then you will start with providing the solution before I come back. Well, after that roundup, then we'll take questions from the floor, and it's like we've got our people online. Still, you'll be able to take some questions from those that are joining us online. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dele. I want to thank all of us for coming and for the PDF putting things together to make sure that this is possible. I would like to mention the fact that policymakers don't interface with practitioners when they are making policies. And that is the foundation. Once the policies are wrong, everything is wrong already. So the policymaker should interface with practitioners. I'm not just talking about stakeholders that we call. We call stakeholders maybe the government agencies. No, it is the people that are exporting that are the practitioners. So they should be involved when those policies are being put in place. Another thing is that we don't educate the citizens, lack of information. When you don't engage your citizens about the information that is coming from outside concerning that particular trade line, there's no way they can do better. There must be a consistent dialogue, a consistent coming together to talk about it, a means of disseminating the information from outside. I also have here that market access should be more like produce or products that are needed in a particular country that we want to engage. Should be a kind of product that we have competitive advantage over that other country that is going to get into that country. If you take an instance, yam going to England, we are really not in for it. We cannot compete with Ghana. And if we don't engage...
Why?
Well, there's somebody seated there who is going to answer those questions. We purposely engage him to come in today. He's Ades Food from UK, so he's going to answer most questions. And I also had when the former minister mentioned that the last export of yam was because of packaging. And I was like, am I going to faint or what is going to happen to me here today? It wasn't, but we'll leave it. We'll look at it together later. Anyway, to move on with what we have
so can
to
you,
say.
yeah, because of time, can you just begin to offer some of those solutions? Now,
I
want solution, and I want us to be very practical on this. Logistic issues is a challenge for competitiveness. Certification issue is a challenge for competitiveness. Export clearance and documentation is a challenge for competitiveness. Exchange rate is a challenge for competitiveness. So I want us to profile solutions. So if you are to advise government based on your experience, what would you recommend government to do in any of these areas?
Okay,
to
in
make
terms
Nigeria
of
more competitive?
production, I recommend that the government should make infrastructure. It doesn't have to be government-owned infrastructure because I don't know the business of the government with business. It should be private-driven. It could be owning all the equipment and somebody just come in with their raw products and produce whatever they need to produce and have their labels on it and go. If you go to China, you don't own the factory. You just get there and tell them what you want and they produce for you and you leave. That's one. Two, I also want the government to remember that they have a means of knowing funds that are not repatriated. And therefore, if that process is there, that process should be able to reward the proceeds that were repatriated without no story. When people are rewarded for what they have done rightly, it will motivate others to come in. Then the exchange rate should be that is of advantage to an exporter. You don't finish your exchange and start crying and see that your money is less than what you actually impute when you were starting.
Yeah, thank you. Now, the second issue you mentioned. Yes, sir.
I wanted to say something about the issue of the export earnings. It's part of paper, but I didn't have chance to do that. You see, the policy that we're proposing, it has to be clarity as to what happens to this money. Because right now, there's a lot of acrimony. People export, and there's a big fight between CBN and exporters, who gets what, who doesn't get what. Sometimes some people don't even have access to their money. So the rules must be very, very clear as to how you access your export earnings, especially when you have to source money from commercial banks to fund this. Okay, so it's very important for us to understand that. Thank you.
Still talking to that, you know, during the Soludo era, it defined unfettered access to FX, which means as an exporter, I have access to that FX, I can exchange, and then use it for whatever I want to use it for. In the era of the new CBN governor, Emefiele, he redefined fettered access. I'm just speaking to the fact that there must be a clear policy what exactly does unfettered access mean? Because he redefined unfettered access and said, unfettered access means you can use it to do anything as far as you're going to use it for official. So that means I can access that FX, but I can open from M to import, I can open from A to pay, but I can access it. And because I can access it, I won't be able to sell at a rate that is competitive for me. Just emphasizing the need for a clear...
And that's a disincentive actually to
an
build that
exporter.
business. And so you cannot, left hand, you want, second one, you have to be very, very clear as to what you want to do. And this is a big challenge because of the grayness, a lot of money is not coming back to this country.
Yes, yes.
And that's, then what is purpose? And people borrow money from Nexim and they export. Not many of us have access to Nexim funding, you know that. Only very few people have access to it. Many of them foreign companies, and they export and the money doesn't come back. So it comes to hurt us. So this is why there must be clarity. It's going to be a big fight, but let us lead the way as to the clarity, insisting on clarity on how this must be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. What we now? There's a challenge. The challenge is an average SME cannot afford the cost of its certification. Is there anything you can recommend that can be done that can make an SME, a small business, that have a good product, want to export, but unable to export because of the quality issue? What would be your recommendation on how they can go about it?
Thank you very much. So in our own capacity as a private organization, we are doing our best to even identify people from outside Nigeria who can actually help subsidize certification. We'll still talk about the role that the government needs to play in the area of subsidizing certification, because of course these are our own businesses, and we truly need to own them. So the government also has a role to play in the area of subsidizing certification. But we are often in touch with people outside Nigeria who are even interested in paying part of the money required for the certification. And part of the things we've also done eventually is realizing that the cost of certification is usually high, because before now, we would require to bring in people from out of Nigeria to come and perform the necessary inspections and what have you. But what NICET has done in the long run is we now have people who have been trained and qualified in Nigeria in order to cut whatever logistic costs that are required, that are needed to bring in inspectors. And then part of the other things that I also think is very, very important is it's very, very important to embark on a nationwide sensitization. Let people be aware of these standards. Let people understand what standards are. Let them know the products that we can export to the international market and products that we cannot, so that people are not, making not dissipating efforts, but in the wrong direction. And then, okay, I've talked about subsidization of certification.
Do you do aggregation? Is there any way you can work with group of SMEs? Because, okay, there was a time I went to the airport. I just did a tour of DHL facility for export, and I realized this was 2011 or 12. The DHL cargo plane coming to Nigeria go back with majority of the product on it from Togo, Benin, Ghana. Allied Air go there, pick up those common agro fruits and put them. And I realized all of them have organic certification. But I got to know that the farm that have that certification is just one or two, but they work with other farmers. So they will be able to do an aggregated export. Do you have that kind of arrangement?
Thank you very much for that question. So realizing the peculiarity of our own environment in Nigeria, one of the things that we now have is there is what is called grower group certification.
What do you call it?
Group certification.
Okay.
Where we are able to coordinate and bring in many of these smallholder farmers or processors together. They all understand the protocols that are required, and they are doing the same. When you aggregate these products, you have a homogeneous quality, because, of course, that's also one of the major issues with aggregating from different people. If they are not practicing the same thing, then you would have difference in the quality of the products. And that brings me to the next point I want to talk about. It's very important for us to...
One more minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, I'll try to rush. So it's very important for us to collaborate. The NPNEN now, it's very important for you to collaborate with relevant ministries, departments, and agencies of government to see how we can have what we call a Nigerian good agricultural practices standard, for example, and this is for agriculture, so that every farmer in Nigeria understands that this is the reference. If you want to produce this crop, this is the standard. Produce it according to this standard, so that so that when they comply with that standard, we would naturally already be positioned in such a way that we are able to export those products because they will be of the same quality. And last point that I want to make is also very important for us to create what I call a national policy and database for allowed substances that can be used in agriculture. Let me give us an example as I round up. Now, one of the things we realized in the height of COVID last year is that many other countries on the international scene have what is called a national database of plant protection products. But we realize that Nigeria is not on that database. So we don't have a representation there. What that means is that there are so many business people out there who are bringing in plant protection products that are not even on the recognized list of plant protection products. Now, what that eventually leads to is that the unsuspecting producer, the farmer, and our MSMEs, they might go ahead to buy those produce and use them. What that means is that they cannot export that product because they have now used what may not be allowed in the importing country.
Yeah, let's hear from FOB Logistics. Thank you. Thank you very much. In terms of solution, as far as logistics is concerned, since we don't have our own carrier, that is where we came as FOB. And we've been working with Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and our suggestion is that instead of our exporters getting involved in transactions that is cost, insurance, and freight, CIF, which means they need to pay for freight in advance, we will take the responsibility away from the exporters, from the position where we have domestic export warehouses in the 6 geopolitical zones. The exporters will bring their product to the domestic warehouses. From that point, the aggregation will be done, certification will be done. We will collect all this shipment on freight charges collect. The exporters don't need to pay for the freight in Nigeria. The freight will be payable by the importer upon arrival at the destination. This will ease and increase the volume of export that we have in Nigeria, as far as logistics is concerned. Also, because...
Now, I'm concerned about how do we bring down the cost?
Aggregation, volume, economic of scale.
Because now you can do
economic
aggregation.
Of scale. Economic of scale. For instance, if you are exporting 1 ton of a product by yourself, the rate can be 1,000 naira per kilo. But if we're doing 100 tons, the aggregated rate will come down to about 200 naira, 300 naira per kilo. And also, you as the exporter, you are not paying for the freight in advance. We as an organization, we take the responsibility to get the shipment to the final destination. And at that point, the importer will not pay us for the freight.
But what you just said now is still subject to the agreement between the buyer and seller, if they agree FOB or...
Of course. But in most international transactions, export is done on FOB terms.
Yeah.
Just because there's lack of trust between the buyer and the seller,
Yeah. So that's
why we couldn't do it on FOB basis.
All right, thank you very much. Yes. In 2 minutes.
Okay, so one of the major solutions that we need for exports from Nigeria is the ecosystem, building an export ecosystem. So when I say the ecosystem, I say everything that surrounds exports. When we talk about exports, everybody generally thinks about the container. It's not just the container. The ecosystem is very large. And one of the challenges that has faced exporters for a long time is the fact that you are everything. So you are the forwarder, you are the logistics company, you are the insurance company, you are your own lawyer, you are your own certification agent, you are your own warehouse, you are your own packaging person. So let's begin to populate the ecosystem and currently, the ecosystem is such that not so many people who understand the impact of their services on the exports are there. So the forwarder or the freight forwarder who carries your container, for example, doesn't understand latest shipment dates. So if he brings the container today or in 3 days' time, doesn't really matter to him. But as more and more people who understand the implications of what their own part will be in the export ecosystem come into that ecosystem, and the ecosystem is created. Insurance, for example, the insurance people can come in, legal, the lawyers can come in, certification, Emmanuel's people can come in. So the ecosystem is quite empty, and we need to begin to build that ecosystem. The exporter is not just the one person who carries the container. The exporter is that person and all the other people who help him to achieve that aim.
Thank you. Let's take 1 or 2 questions from the, okay, yeah, 1, 2. I think that is just 2. Okay, I'm president. Okay, no, I'm going to go online. So I want to take 3 here and then online. Yes. So, Leo, someone at the back, and then, okay.
Thank you. While the discussion was going on, you mentioned about the export proceeds and how it's administered. And just to emphasize again the importance
1 minute or 1 minute.
Policy and regulatory reforms. The Export Incentives Act allows you to use that proceeds, section 1, subsection 3, only for export-related activities. That's what the law says. So whether CBN says this or that, until you go and amend that law. Secondly, the law requires you to pay that your export proceed into an account opened by CBN in that importing country. Now the guideline for EEG says you can pay Nigeria. That's against the law. So we need to go back to the basis. That's the point.
Thank you. Okay, let's take, yes. Then we'll come to him. 1 minute, 1 minute.
All right. Quickly, issues around dialogue, sensitization. I have a concern. In this new era of COVID, we should leverage non-traditional means. So through this virtual approach, social media analytics and all of those, push out your message and the audience, target audience will get it. So beyond just the physical, leverage that to scale impact and reach of
what are you talking about? Are you talking about
sensitization? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then logistics. Let's look at PPP approaches. With government, don't need to have all the money to build all the logistics and all of those. So PPP is critical, embedding that comparative advantage beyond dynamic comparative advantage than just mere comparative advantage is the new normal. What you don't have, but you have the endowment, start thinking forward from there. And that is what I think we should underscore.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me give the mic to, then we'll go online.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Well, let me just conclude here. I happen to be a European exporter and a Nigerian exporter.
1 minute.
Okay. What I want to make people understand here, if you want to be an exporter, if you're an entrepreneur, you want to export your goods, decide what you want to do. If you decide to export your goods, you are the one that's supposed to make sure that your goods meet up to the standard you want to export. Okay. Now, our man spoke about packaging. You can't export what you did not package very well. I'm into cosmetics, I'm into mining. Now I'm into mining in Nigeria. I'm already looking for how I could export my gold and my precious stone to Europe. Okay, in Europe, I manufacture cosmetics and I export to Nigeria. These two ways have different dimensions. It is me that decide, look, I want to, and I want to produce my product to meet up to the standard of that direction. Now the government had little to play. Now, then after that, I talked to Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce in Nigeria, which is attached to every embassy, can help you as well. Likewise, Spain, Chamber of Commerce in Spanish embassy, they have Chamber of Commerce everywhere. You talk to them, you approach them, they give you a kind
information.
Of every hand. Now, my sister talked about Ghana yam not entering, the Ghana yam entering Europe. or enter England.
Yes.
Nigerian yam can enter anywhere. I happen to import yam from Ghana, and I happen to import yam from Nigeria. It depends on you. If you want to do it, you take the bull at the horn, package it well, put all the code required, the barcode, everything has to be there. Once you have it, you export. It's not by only government has to do everything for us. You that is entrepreneur, make a move yourself. Decide what you want. You want to be a policeman or you want to be an army?
Thank you.
You are the one that will decide what you want so that you can get it done.
Thank you. Let's hear from Ades, please. I just spotted you. I know you mentioned his name. Hello, can you bring the mic, please? Yes, he's a major buyer of Nigerian products in the UK, and I think we need to hear from him. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Adipe. I happen to, I went to health, UK, and Nigeria. Why Nigeria is because it has so many issues that I had to come myself to actually resolve. In terms of exports, people should not look at the opportunity to make money or big money. No, the barrier is so high. I mean, UK don't want you to keep dumping things if it's not right. There are a lot of things that, like we said, low-hanging fruits that Nigeria can do really, really well. I think it's more to do with policymakers trying to work with diasporans and let us tell you how it works. It's not rocket science. It's very, very simple. But there has to be, we are exposed. We know what is required over there. We know the process. Let us talk. The communication is very, very poor. Very, very poor. Some of the issues we have currently in terms of prohibition, restriction, is because there was no communication. They said an alert, second, third, 50 alerts, no response. So I think that's what we need to do. There's nothing there. They cannot stop Nigeria. Nigeria, we're too big, we're too important for them to actually stop our products. Just like let us keep our house in order. Let's communicate. Let's everybody. One of the things I always say is that why don't we have incubation centers whereby people can go, see how it is done, exporters. You that are the policymaker, show us practically so that people can learn and that they can do it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go online. I understand Femi Boyede would like to contribute. Can we unmute him to be able to contribute, please?
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to say a word again. I just want to correct a few things and then to zero in on what the last few slides of my presentation aimed to achieve. One, I was frantically raising my hand. I love the passion of the last but one speaker. But please let us also direct our passion properly. It is not true that you can export anything to anywhere. Absolutely not true. It does not matter how well you package your yam. If it is from Nigeria, you cannot bring it into Canada. Ghana yam is allowed here, so Ghanaians go to Nigeria to go and pick yam. Because my daughter was in Nigeria in October for her cousin's wedding. She came with 3 tubers of yam, just 3 tubers. They were seized at Pearson Airport, not because they had sand. She's my daughter, so she knows from me what needed to be done to the tuber of yam. The only reason is that the yam was coming from Nigeria. So this leads me to the second point that I want to clarify. This is where the role of government is. Government in Nigeria does have a role to play, and they have to play it. That's why we are bringing this platform so that we are not fighting government like the chairman BOT said. This is not an attempt to confront government. This is an attempt to make government to see what they need to do and the reason why they need to do it. Nigeria is a government-led economy. The reason why Nigerian yam cannot enter Canada is because it is not listed on the allowed food by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA. The reason why Bonvita from Nigeria, or a peak milk powder, or Indomie chicken, or no cubes, or Maggi Star. I'm just listing off my head those things that are actually profitable and very marketable here. The reason why they cannot enter here is because they are not listed on CFIA list of allowed products. This is when the government, yes, that's where I'm coming to, Mr. Ayembo. This is where the government needs to play a role. We have a NAFDAC, we have SON. If NAFDAC were to sit up today and write a letter today, one-page letter to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and list these items that I have mentioned as food meant for the Nigerian community, which is almost about 5 million in Canada. So we're not small. So if NAFDAC established, like the NISAT guy was saying, I loved your contribution, gentlemen, as he was saying, establish the standards and say, any yam that comes from Nigeria, this is its content. Gari coming from Nigeria, this is the content. Please, whenever you see this, this is what it contains. I can assure you before the end of this year, Nigerian foods and other products will go on the CFIA website. So I wanted to make that a point, that government has a role to play. We need to cajole or to compel government to do it. And that leads me to the last and final point.
Thank you very
much. Sorry, sir. After this, I won't ask to speak again. I want us to go in. What is the difference in all this? Everybody has mentioned the need for synergy. Why am I clamoring and seizing the opportunity to explain this? Nigeria, because of the Nigerian factor, every DG, ES, or MD of Nigeria agency, no matter the designation they give themselves, they are a territory and an authority into themselves. They choose where to go. They choose what program to attend. They choose how long they want to stay in that program. If Obama had done it that way, America would never have doubled its export to the world. That's the reason why Obama put it under the chairmanship of the president. So when there is a meeting on export procedure, you cannot absent yourself. When there is a gathering like NPNEN, you have no reason not to be represented. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that's why I'm going above all of this. I'm not looking for a headmaster who will whip people, but if that is what is required, so be it. Until export becomes so important to Nigeria that the Nigerian government at the highest level, in my presentation, I put president, I put vice in bracket because vice is the one in charge of economy in Nigeria's division of labor. The vice president must bring this under his command so that Nigeria Shippers Council, Nigeria Maritime Authority, NIMASA, NEXIM, NEPC, NEBSA, all of these people must attend. If it is once a month or once a quarter, they must be there. Everything that Prince Adetokunbo said we should do when we design the draft export policy and strategy for Nigeria, they must all be in that room. They must all make their comment. There cannot be, I don't know what, when this thing took place. That's where I'm going, sir. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Very much. Because of time, we will not be able to have the parting show, but I want to thank everybody on the panel and all the members on the panelists for our valuable contribution on how to make Nigerian export competitive. Thank you very much. Let's have a photograph of.
All right, thank you very much, Bamidele, for sticking to the time. We really do appreciate that. And a very big thank you to your lead presenter, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode-san. A very big thank you as well to Jimmy Adebaki. All right, a big thank you to Adetokunbo Adewoyi and Prince Ajibola Oluyede, who was represented by Emmanuel Neji. Thank you also to Lanre Nwankwo. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. We really do appreciate it. Thank you for putting everything in perspective. And I also want to thank our online, this is a hybrid program, as you know, those who've joined us via Zoom. Please forgive us if it seems like we haven't paid that much attention to you. We'll try to differently now. So I'd like to quickly take, if there's, if someone would please respond to the question from Omolara Akonji. Omolara is asking, we need to revisit commodity board approach of the past to enable the logistics and transparency required for export facilitation. Okay, that's not a question. This one is, this is asking, what about policy with implementation plan that is never implemented? And the person says, I have examples though. I think that kind of just corroborates what Prince Adetokunbo was saying earlier. The takeaway here, this is directed at Dr. Titi. They're saying that the takeaway here is policy review with actions and implementation plan with milestones. Please, Titi, set up the subcommittee on this idea. I think you've been given another job to do. This one is coming again from Omolara, and Omolara is saying the value addition to the agricultural products lead to manufacturing, and that should be one of the agenda as milestone for export policy. So the question, I think the only question everyone is sent in via comments, the only question I have is what about policy with implementation plan that is never implemented? From the look of things, it doesn't look like we have any government official here that will respond to that question. So maybe I can ask, where's Prince? Stepped out. Let me ask President of NPNEN to, what would you do going forward? What can NPNEN do going forward in coercing government to begin to implement those policies? Can I have the second microphone?
Thank you so very much, Madam. I think the chairman of the BOT has given a word for you. So replace coerce with convince government. Okay. We are in public-private sector partnership. They actually tried by staying the time they did here. We are hopeful, as they have mentioned themselves, they are taking away with them all the things they have had. And we have our team there putting together a robust communique which will carry all the details of questions and contributions made, even those that have not been read, because there are a number of things that are there on the notes. They will all be put together in a communique. And what we shall do, flowing from the point made by Mr. Femi Boyede from Canada, there is a role to be played by commercial attaches in the different countries that we deal with or we want to deal with. Those we are already operating with, we interact with the commercial attaches through the ambassadors to make sure that we even take the goods with their chemical analysis. And then, of course, certification by NAFDAC, by SON, and everybody. And for the ambassador to say, let the Chamber of Commerce and other stakeholders that are coming to market those products also come behind on some roadshow and others, and we should be able to get our way for every commodity that we want to export abroad. The issue of like the executive order that was given, which today we have not been told of any sanction. We don't know whether it has happened or is likely going to happen now that we have mentioned it. It's like the issue of the Port Authority, where the MD gave the 2 weeks, forgetting that somebody has loaded trucks from Kano and they already arrived Lagos. And now the person and therefore it would have been avoided. Regrettably, the MD has a problem now. If she doesn't do that ban, perhaps the port has to close down. If now she has done the ban, there is a pain that is going to be inflicted on severe pain on some very well-meaning Nigerians. What is the transitional arrangement? What are they doing? We will capture this all in our communique. and make sure that in the future, if there is to be any issue and that leads to a bad situation where some kind of suspension of some activity is going to happen, it will take account of the repercussions on the national economy and the kind of pains that, because some of individuals will be subjected to so much pain and they may go out of business. So what is government going to do for that kind of issue where it is not the individual that has caused it, but bad government, bad management, if you like, poor governance? So I think we just take those things in account and note them in our communique. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, very well said, Mr. President. We look forward to that communique coming out. I hope it comes out very soon. Let me not give you a deadline or a milestone to when it will come out, but I trust you for with what you've been doing so far. There's no doubt that we will see that communique and put it into effect, which is the most important thing. Without wasting any more of your time, we've come to that part of the conference, the award part. Let me hear some applause. Please put your hands together for everyone who's done great things so far. Okay. We will be taking awards from different categories. We have processed food category. We have the fashion and the lifestyle category. We have the service export category. We have market access facilitation category. We have large scale agriculture export category. And finally, we have the large scale manufacturing for export category. In all, we have at least 6 categories that we have winners for. I believe some of the winners already know themselves. We'll be presenting them with awards. We will also be taking a profile of these organizations to let you know who they are, what they do, and why they've won these awards. But before we call out winners from all of these categories, we'll take our virtual exhibition video for just about 3 minutes, so we can 3 minutes or 5, just so we can put up the profile of our companies that have won these awards. But I'll be back with you in the next 3 to 5 minutes for the award to begin. Please, may we have the virtual?
896610.
I'm Salami Abela Rukayat, a cardiac dietitian, founder of Sari Nutrition, and one of our brand is called Nana Spices. It is a low sodium seasoning brand, and this was curated because when I did my internship at Lutz, I took it upon myself as a challenge to help these individuals who are hypertensive, who are on a low sodium diet, to achieve a tasty meal. So I had to go out and start making research on how I can do a seasoning blend for them so that they can create tasty dishes. So we have 7 blends, and this is one of them. It's Halo Mix. It has both local and exotic herbs and spices that are good for the heart. So Halo Mix is suitable to prepare any kind of dish, local or hot soup, jollof rice, fried rice, to boil meat, stock, fish. We also have jollof rice, fried rice spices, pepper soup spice, agoyin spices. All our spices are heart friendly, and we get our ingredients from organic farmers.
Eudokas is a health-focused family solution brand that caters to the needs of the entire family. Our products are formulated to nourish, maintain, enhance, and perform relief therapy for various skin and hair conditions, accomplishing the Sustainable Development Goal 3, 5, 8, and 13. Eudokas Lakota collection includes raw shea butter, African black soap, neem oil, shea oil, coconut oil, baobab oil, body oil mist, body butters, body wash, body lotions, amongst others. Lakota means care in Igbo language. The collection is made with great care and 100% natural ingredients in generous quantities to create effective bath and body products for your entire family. Our products are NAFDAC approved and US FDA registered. We found African black soap and shea butter to be the ultimate healing balm. Shea butter is the integral part of Eudoka's brand. We source our shea butter directly from women-run cooperatives in West Africa. We provide economic access that allows women to feed, clothe, and educate their children. The higher percentage of shea butter in our products also mean that we purchase more butters, which brings more money to women and their communities. This enables women to gain economic power and change the life of those around her. Our vision is to be top 5 players in our industry in Nigeria by 2022 and also become successful exporters. We are armed with the mission to create innovative personal care products using natural ingredients that are effective, free from chemical safety issues, and treat the skin. To learn more about us, visit our website www.eudokas.com.
I am Mark Atasi, chairman of Enyimba Automated Shoe Company in NASCO in Aba. Aba is easily the largest shoe-making cluster in Africa, with over 200,000 shoemakers, several thousands of machines, and an entire ecosystem of shoemaking. Enyimba Automated Shoe Factory will modernize the way shoemaking is done with its modern machinery and its low cost of operations. ENASCO is in alliance with the Abia Polytechnic and an ICT hub that will help it to groom a large number of shoemakers using this modern technology. This will help the industry to become better in providing global products in shoe sector. Watch our space as we grow and become globally relevant in the shoe industry.
I am Adako Owama-Oseza, and I am the Executive Director, Sales and Marketing for the Oyuna Automotive Shoe Company, ABA, Abia State, Nigeria. We have started well by securing production contracts from some federal agencies. And not only that, this week, we commenced work to meet the demand of a South African retail chain supplier in Nigeria and in some parts of Africa. We are in talks with well-established retail chains and hope to become a major supplier of world-class affordable shoes in the near future. We need to become a well-known player in this space with our own brand, also with third-party brands.
Okay, thank you for your understanding and your patience. It's time for us to begin our award presentation. And I particularly like awards. I mean, it's just it's a way of acknowledging what someone has done or what an organization has done, or at least getting a reward for hard work done. We're going to start from the fashion and lifestyle category, and I will be calling on the president of NPNEN to, he will be, please still be seated. We'll take the videos first, the profile of the companies, and then we will call him up to present the awards to this first category. So ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to the screen as we present to you those
and lifestyle. Femi Handbags is one of Africa's leading handbag brands, and they have become known for their statement pieces, which display a love for detail and a distinct sense of quality. The bold use of vibrant color palettes, the handcrafted details, and the subtle infusion of ashoki meshed into their vintage-inspired silhouettes have shaped the brand image and become unmistakably signatures of the brand's aesthetic. Exclusivity and passion remain at the core of everything they do. The brand offers a wide variety of styles in different sizes, from the supersized maxi tote to the minuscule Amina Mini, and today, excellence and luxury remain the hallmarks of Femi Handbags. Femi Handbags has a vision to exceed expectations, to be the leading designer of excellently crafted luxury leather handbags and accessories in Africa, and to deliver superior quality while staying true to its DNA and core values of integrity, craftsmanship, and style. For its excellence in creative handbag design and manufacturing, our nominee for the fashion and lifestyle category, Femi Handbags.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Femi Handbag, but there is yet another one. We will join Femi online. She's online to accept this award and to express her gratitude for being nominated for the award. We have Femi now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Femi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm so sorry I could not make it to Abuja, but I really, truly appreciate this honor. I'm extremely honored and grateful for this award, and I would like to thank the organizers and the sponsors of this award very much for counting me worthy. It's not been an easy ride, but persevering in spite of the difficult environment in which we entrepreneurs operate, especially when manufacturing is involved, has definitely had its rewards. Export is a very desirable end goal at the end of it all. But what is just as important, I would like to say at this point, is the quality of the product that we wish to export. We need to not lose sight of ensuring that our products attain the level of quality that makes them not just exportable, but gives them the potential to compete in the international, not just in the local marketplace, but also in the international marketplace. For us, quality is everything at Femi Handbags, and striving for excellence I would like to implore should be our primary focus. So I'd like to thank you very much again for this award. It is very much appreciated. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Femi, and congratulations are still in. We wish you all the best. We hope that this will catapult you to greater.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to call on. We have two companies in that category, actually. Let's see what Eclectic Chic is all about.
Fashion and style category. Eclectic Chic is a proudly Nigerian accessory brand founded by Teni Majakudumi. This brand was created through her love for arts, crafts, rich colors, and embellishments, but most importantly, her passion to raise the bar of African products internationally. Inspiration for the brand comes from vibrant designs and traditional printed fabrics for statement items that instantly add interest to any outfit or home. Their designs range from fashion and home accessories to unique corporate promotional gift items. Be inspired, be unique. Eclectic Chic works very closely with female artisans as a mission to empower women and develop the craft industry in Nigeria and the rest of Africa, paying exceptional detail to finishing and ensuring high-quality products, making each piece truly special and unique for the wearer. Its lovingly handmade accessories include a vibrant touch of African heritage mixed with modern designs and feminine influence for a truly eclectic look. At Eclectic Chic, they are strong believers of the value of African artisanal craftsmanship. For its excellence in creative African-inspired fashion accessories, the award goes to Eclectic Chic.
A round of applause. Congratulations to Femi Handbags and Eclectic Chic. I'd like to, at this point, call on the president of NPNEN, Alhaji Ahmed Rabiu, to please come forward and present this award to the deserving Femi Handbags and Eclectic Chic, and Mrs. Titilope Ojo, Acting Executive Secretary of NPNEN, will be receiving the award on behalf of these two wonderful companies. So for Femi Handbags, yes.
Excellent creative handbags design and manufacturing award, Export Excellence Award, presented to Femi Handbags for excellence in creative handbags design and manufacturing. Okay. Okay, no need for the.
Congratulations. All right, the second award for Eclectic Chic. Under that mask, right? Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to Femi and Eclectic Chic. We have Eclectic Chic online as well, who would like to express appreciation for the award bestowed on her and her organization. If you can hear me, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I am deeply, deeply honored, humbled, and extremely appreciative of this award. I want to also thank the entire NPNEN and the entire industry for recognizing Eclectic Chic's efforts in the craft and accessories sector in Nigeria. I've also been listening in today, and it's been such a wonderful conference, insightful contributions with regards to export. And I really believe that the journey has begun for us to be able to go back, look within, tidy up those areas that we need, and be able to take Nigeria forward and to continue to increase our exports. At the event we had 2 weeks ago in Abuja, I actually had to choose a challenge, and my pledge was to increase my exporting by 100%. So I am choosing this challenge today publicly again to announce that to increase our exporting for Nigeria, to be able to showcase the best of what we have here in Nigeria. And I want to just thank you again for that. So thank you so much from the whole of all of us at Eclectic Chic.
Once again, we wish you the very best, and we will be looking out for you on that pledge you just made. We trust that you keep to it. All the best, all the best. All right, let's move on quickly. We have another category. Market access facilitation category is the next category, and would like to highlight the organizations who are winning awards in this category. First is NICERT Limited.
Category. Outsource Global Technologies is Nigeria's leading global business services and business process outsourcing provider. They have created sustainable models for harnessing the youth unemployment challenge across Nigeria on a massive scale for impact-driven service delivery around the world. As examples, in addition to providing legal and medical underwriting services, IT support, and data services for businesses in high-impact sectors in US, UK, and Japan. At Outsource Global, they are guided by the overriding principle that the single most important factor in providing qualitative services consistently lies in human capital development for their workforce. In addition to the significant investment they have made in robust technology and infrastructure, they have carefully curated training, career planning, and educational support programs for long-term sustainability and capacity building. This enables them to maintain high quality, premium eagerness, freshness, and enthusiasm across their service delivery lines over the long haul, as has been attested to by their US and UK clients. Outsource Global is successfully delivering growth results for all its US, UK, and Japanese clients. They currently have over 1,000 professionals working from their state-of-the-art BPO centers in Nigeria. Their clients are experiencing the impact of working with some of the brightest and most vibrant minds on the continent, providing customer services, professional services, software development, and data services. They are buoyed by the growth projections from their existing clients who have made the decision to move or limit growth in other more established outsourcing destinations in Asia and Latin America in favor of working with them. This is a direct attestation to the value they are deriving from working with their vibrant teams who are delivering an average 60% better results in customer acquisition, retention, and overall turnaround time. Ladies and gentlemen, in our services export category, and for outstanding contributions to the services export sector, the award goes to Outsource Global.
All right. That category is category services export. Outsource Global is the winner. Do we have Outsource Global here, representative? A round of applause. Please do come out. Can I please still crave the indulgence of President of NPNEN to also present this award to Outsource Global. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
All right. Congratulations. 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 We wish you all the very best. Pictures? Our next category is the market access facilitation category. In this category, we have two award winners. We have NICET Limited for excellence in facilitating access to global certification in Nigeria, and we have Lurkenberg LLC for excellence in facilitating access to international markets.
Facilitation. NICET has a vision of collaborating with ECOSAT France, a vision to be the best and leading conformity assessment certification agency in Africa, to operate with globally accepted competency in enhancing sustainability of agricultural practices and provide opportunity for products from Nigeria to compete favorably in the international market is the mission of NICET. NICET, in partnership with ECOSAT, is a product of research into the failure of a key Nigerian product to access the international market and the consequent stagnation and depreciation of the sector. That research, conducted at the behest of the Niger State government in 2018, revealed that generally Nigerian agricultural products are unable to access the lucrative international markets because they are not submitted to conformity assessment and certification of compliance with applicable international legal and commercial standards. Conformity assessment, according to definition of ISO and IEC 17000, is the demonstration that specified requirements relating to a product's process, system, body are fulfilled. It involves sampling, inspection, testing, and certification as a means of giving assurance to the parties of a transaction that the product, process, system, body, or person does in fact conform to the requirements of a standard. NICET Limited was incorporated in response to this gaping hole in the economy, which has resulted in Nigeria's dwindling profitability and productivity in the agricultural sector in particular. In order to bridge the technology gap, NICET has entered into a partnership agreement with ECOSAT Group France, a leading and globally reputed third-party certification body accredited to provide conformity assessment and certification services for products, processes, services, and persons in relation to over 96 international standards, including organic, fair trade, Cosmos, Demeter, and UTZ standards. Under this partnership, several Nigerians have been trained and certified as experts in conformity assessment and certification, enabling NICET to offer for the first time ever advisory consultancy conformity assessment auditing, inspection services in accordance with ISO 17020 and ECOSAT procedures, and conformity certification of successful products in the name of ECOSAT. In recognition of its excellence in facilitating access to global certification in Nigeria, the award goes to NICET Limited for market access facilitation.
A round of applause for
Did you know that as an individual or organization into the importation of products and commodities into United States, UK, UAE, Asia, or Africa, you need trusted import processing partner? Lakenberg is here
to present, to do us the honors of presenting this award to NICET Limited. We can go up the stage that way, please. That way? Yes. Oh, there's no staircase there. I apologize. I thought there was a staircase.
excellence in facilitating access to global certification in Nigeria, this award is presented to NICEP. Congratulations.
Congratulations to NICEP. We have one more category. Dr. Titi, instead of you going
Did you know that as an individual or organization into the importation of products and commodities into United States, UK, UAE, Asia, or Africa, you need trusted import processing partner? Lakenberg is here to serve you as we offer a global online B2B marketplace that connects importers with exporters for legal protection structured on a legal framework to ensure timely shopping and delivery of your purchase orders. We are physically present at destination countries to take care of the end-to-end of your trade transaction on the Lakenberg Trade Platform. Get matched with trustworthy international sellers, due diligence and quality assurance of exporters to avoid substandard or rejected product. Sign a trade contract, which is binding on both parties, importer and exporter. Best market rate at competitive prices, 24/7 live support and access to trade lawyers and experts all year long at no extra cost. Insurance cover to edge against any form of loss. To register, please visit www.eximtradeoptions.com and call 0700 Lakenberg or 0811 6612571 +1 240 264 7232 for WhatsApp and calls. Let us give you a memorable trade experience.
For her excellence in market access facilitation and national markets, the award goes to Lakenberg LLC.
Lakenberg LLC, winner in the category Market Access Facilitation, and for their excellence in facilitating access to international markets. Congratulations, Lakenberg.
Facilitation of access to international markets. We congratulate you on Lakenberg PLC. Well done. Congratulations.
Congratulations. We wish you all the very best. And we trust that the future is brighter and better for you. Thank you very much, Dr. Titi, for availing us your presence and your time. Thank you. Let's move quickly to yet another category. This time we'll be taking awards for processed food, category processed foods. And we have 3 companies, 3 organizations in these categories. We have Sack Fruits, we have Food Pro, and we have Tiger Foods. So let's please pay attention to the screen and watch the video profile of these companies and why they are winning these awards.
Sack Fruits is an acronym for Sweet as Candy. This was a name coined by the founder's son out of a need to be able to interpret sweetness in different versions. Sweet is British, while candy is US, and both mean nature's candy for our products. Afi's determination to solve problems wherever she goes led her to create a global product with great impact on the African farmer. It was started by Afi Brimo after she facilitated and commissioned the Tiago juice plant in Benue State, West Africa. This was one of the first projects that she managed when Transcorp brought her to Nigeria from Florida. During her time on the project and interacting with the local farmers and community leaders, she saw the wrath of Mother Nature as fruits were not bought. And within a day of sitting in the sun, all the fruits got spoiled. The Middle Belt of Nigeria, which is the most populous African country with over 200 million people, is so richly blessed with foods that lacks the ability to sell them. In the area where she lives, termed Mango Country, there are about 4 mango trees per home where they just grow wild without any chemicals nor fertilizer required. The bad roads from the farms to the markets were also not motorable, making it difficult for the farmers to bring their produce to the markets to sell. In addition, even though Benue is called the food basket of the nation, clearly there was extensive poverty in the state that makes up about 60% of the food for the entire country. It was time to find a solution to this problem. Following extensive research on fruits, the various uses and byproducts of various fruits, Sack Fruits was born. Using a standard kitchen dehydrator, Afie started testing various fruits, revising the process every time just to get it right in terms of texture, taste, consistency, and color. Sometimes challenging, but this was quite exciting because they could continue to test all types of fruits until they found the right combination. They tried every fruit from watermelon, pawpaw, pineapple, mango, agbalumo, cashew, strawberries, and banana. Once they were dried, Afi would take them wherever she went, using stock packaging, which she purchased online, and making labels locally. She took them to church, offices, schools, friends' parties, just getting feedback on what was working and what was not. Within a few months, 3 additional dryers were bought. Eventually, she got her NAFDAC number in September 2016, and the rest is history. Within 6 months, Sack Fruits was sold in 35 stores with the goal of opening 100 outlets before the end of 2017. Today, Sack Fruits is sold in over 200 stores in Nigeria with a strong presence in the US and plans to sell in the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, for our excellence in branding and packaging of dried fruits, the award of processed foods category goes to Sack Fruits. Processed food category, Food Pro Group Limited, also known as Food Pro or the company, is a nutritional snacks company with an initial focus on cashew. The company specializes in buying, processing, and trading of high-quality cashew nuts for wholesale and retail consumption, both locally and internationally. It owns a 4,500 metric tons per annum factory in Ilorin, Kwara State, Nigeria, where it processes raw cashew nuts. The company employs over 400 staff, the majority of whom are women, in its factory, as well as in its operational headquarters in Lagos, Nigeria. It sources its RCN locally from farmers across the southwest of Nigeria. The company has 2 well-recognized retail cashew brands. Lion Cashews, Food Pro's flagship lightly salted retail product, which comes in 20 gram, 50 gram, and 100 gram offerings. Go Nuts, the company's higher-end brand, which comes in a variety of flavors and is available in 50 grams, 100 grams, and 500 grams offering. Food Pro's brands are among the top 3 most demanded local retail cashew brands in Nigeria, and the company continues to grow its brand awareness and loyalty. Its retail products are currently in 14 chain stores with over 240 branches across Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, and the company is looking to push its products into other major cities across the country. Food Pro also sells its retail products through over 200 neighborhood stores, 1 distributor, various hotels, restaurants, cafes, and online. The company sells 3.5 metric tons of retail products a month and is currently undertaking an aggressive retail strategy to grow market share and demand for its retail products both locally and internationally. Food Pro also engages in the wholesale export of semi-processed cashew kernels. The company also engages in contract processing of cashews for third parties. For its excellence in branding and packaging of cashew nuts, the Network of Practicing Non-Oil Exporters of Nigeria, NPNEN, is proud to give the award for processed food category to Food Pro. Processed food category. When good taste matters, think of Tiger Foods. Tiger Foods Limited transformed within 2 decades from a traditional independent family business into an innovative world-class organization with a growing market dominance. With a deep-rooted commitment to quality and tradition, Tiger Foods is maintaining a leading edge in meeting the ends of the market on product innovation and value. With a vision to become Africa's leading food manufacturing company focused on gaining market leadership through innovative products, operational excellence, and strategic partnerships, Tiger Foods has a mission to influence food ingredient trends by continuously providing wholesome products that add tangible value and excitement to family dishes towards facilitating business sustainability. So why Tiger Foods? Integrated spices, seasonings, and dehydrated vegetables processor and exporter from Nigeria. It's an expert in process manufacturing, product traceability, farm to fork, custom blend solutions, workforce strength of a 320 strong personnel, annual revenue in excess of $18 million, ISO 9001 2015 certification, food safety ISO 22000 2018 certification, 40,000 square feet processing facility, processing capacity of 9,000 metric tons of raw materials annually, and air and humidity controlled production halls, warehouse pavilions, processing and packing halls. For its excellence in production of quality spices and food ingredients, the award for processed foods goes to Tiger Foods.
Congratulations to Sack Fruits, congratulations to Food Pro, and congratulations to Tiger Foods. Do we have representative of these 3 organizations here? If you're here, please step forward. Please step forward. Can I at this point invite Dr. Engineer Charles Akigbe, MD, CEO, Amis Edo Inland Container Dry Port, to present the awards to the award winners. Sack Fruit, Food Pro, and Tiger Foods. Please come up stage. Tiger Foods. Sack Fruits, join us online. There she is, congratulations. Sack Fruits, for your excellence in branding and packaging of dried fruits. Excellence in branding and packaging of cashew nuts for Food Pro, and Tiger Foods for your excellence in the production of quality spices and food ingredients. Dr. Charles will do us the honor and present first to Food Pro for their excellence in
decision to award Sack Fruits this Excellence Exports Excellence Award. So on behalf of NPNEN, I wish to congratulate your organization for a job well done.
Congratulations to SAC Fruits.
Okay. No, let them snap away.
Do we have the representative of Food Pro?
Okay, what's the next? Food Pro?
Food Pro.
You are Food Pro?
Yes, Food Pro for excellence in branding and packaging of cashew nuts.
Okay. I wish to congratulate you on behalf of NPNEN, Food Pro for this Export Excellence Award. You have been found worthy to receive this award, and I wish to encourage Food Pro to continue, providing the quality and the excellence in service that has made them to deserve this award today. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And Tiger Foods for excellence in the production of quality spices and food ingredients. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Tiger Foods.
Congratulations to Tiger Foods for this Export Excellence Award. You have been found worthy. You have been found to have continued to provide excellence that has made Nigeria to be on the world stage. So we congratulate you on behalf of NPNEN, and we urge you to continue to do the best that you have been doing that has made you to achieve this award today. Congratulations.
Congratulations. All right, we have Afi on the line for SAC Fruits, and she'd like to say a word of appreciation. Afi, if you can hear me, please go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you. I want to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to this organization for nominating and giving us this award. It's been a long journey, and I have worked very hard to bring Nigeria to the world. Our slogan is typically made in Nigeria, by Nigeria, for the world. And since I've started this journey, I have met a lot of entrepreneurs in Nigeria who would like to also trail this path. And I'm working with a number of companies to make sure that if SAC Fruits has been able to, scale through, that they can also do it. With organizations and events like this, there's no question that even the sky is not the limit for other companies. And I want to take this opportunity to ask us to continue to do this, to just take Nigeria to the world, because Nigeria is ready. The global stage is ready. We have great products. We're naturally blessed. And with everything that's going on in Nigeria and then the world, there is no question that we can do this. Not just SAC Fruits, not just Food Pro, not just Tiger Foods, but a lot of other companies. And I thank you all from the bottom of my heart on behalf of my team at SAC Fruits. Thank you very much for this award.
Thank you too, and congratulations. Keep up the good work. We're rooting for you. Also, online we have Food Pro. Margarita is also online, and she would like to express her appreciation as well. Margarita?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I just want to express my gratitude on behalf of myself, the management board and shareholders of Food Pro Limited. It's been a long road, and to win this award for branding and packaging of products means everything. It's important for us to be able to show the entire world what Nigeria is capable of, that we can produce not just good quality, but beautiful and well put together products. It's lovely to be nominated alongside the likes of SAC Foods and Tiger Foods, because whilst they are our competitors, they are also our peers and colleagues. So it's lovely to be here with them and to be celebrated with them. I really do wish I could have been in Abuja with you, but unfortunately, as a company that is trying to ensure that we ensure best practice, today is our board meeting representing our audited accounts for the first quarter of the year. So I unfortunately could not be there today. It doesn't mean that we do not appreciate the award. And my shareholders and my board have told me to express our immense gratitude to you all. We hope to be able to continue to make Nigeria and food producers across the country proud of us as we continue to move and grow. There have been a lot of starts and stops, but we believe that as we continue to grow and persevere, we will be able to continue along our path in a smoother fashion. I thank you all so much for your time. I thank you for all the wisdom that has been shared today. I've been on the call and it's just been a gold mine of wisdom and information. So thank you so much, and thank you to NPNEN. It is much appreciated.
Congratulations. Thank you again, Margarita. We have just 2 more categories. We crave your indulgence. We're wrapping up very quickly. Let's now take for the category large-scale agricultural export. Large-scale agricultural export is the next category. There's only one organization winning that award in that category, and that's Starlink Global and Ideal Limited for outstanding contribution to the agricultural export sector. Can we please have their profile?
For its outstanding contributions to the agricultural export sector, our nominee for the award for large-scale agricultural export is Starlink Global and Ideal Limited. Starlink Global and Ideal Limited is at the forefront in providing world-class procurement, warehousing, haulage, exporting, and marketing of agricultural commodities to international markets. They are a major player in cocoa industry, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa, and indeed the world. This great company came into existence 20 years ago, September 17, 1999, and was incorporated in 2002. Against all odds, kept the
category for the award session, and that's in the large-scale manufacturing for export. Better Glass Nigeria PLC is the winner in that category for remarkable contribution to Nigeria's export markets through glass.
With Peter Glass, we are a solid, profitable business, a good corporate citizen. We carry out corporate social responsibility projects, CSR, in our host communities, and our goal is obviously to deliver long-term shareholder value.
The company is compliant in all aspects of its business with the government and its agencies at all times.
So we try to partner with our customers as well as our suppliers to deliver a value chain that works for everyone.
We are contributing in no small way to the growth of companies in Nigeria.
At Frigo Glass, our people are the core of our business. They have imbibed our shared values over the years, our shared values of teamwork, responsibility, ethos, and excellence.
Our human capital is our most valuable asset, and we are committed to recruiting, developing, and retaining the best talent in line with our long-term policy and growth strategy.
To run the glass plant, we need very highly skilled and committed staff in our factory.
In our plant, everybody has 3 KPIs. First, safety. Second, quality. Third, productivity.
For making the glass bottles, we need raw material like
leach any harmful chemicals into products that are contained inside. The furnace expansion project will enable us to grow our business considerably across the West African region. This $30 million investment will enable us to create some more jobs. We will also be producing a significant amount of additional capacity to support the growth of our customers, not only in Nigeria, but also across West Africa. We're bringing in and pioneering a new technology for this part of Africa called NNPB, which is narrow neck press and blow, which enables lightweight bottles to be produced.
One of our greatest pride, of course, as a company is our inspection machines, because the inspection machines we find in Better Glass are comparable with anyone, anywhere in the whole world. We have different machines for different aspects of the bottle, and every single bottle, every single one goes to no less than 100 inspections to achieve the perfect bottle for our consumer. A bottle that has no defect and a bottle that is fit for purpose for our clients.
Our plant has capacity to produce 3.2 billion crown per year.
Better Glass, our focus on quality is top notch.
We don't compromise.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Starling Global and Ideal Limited, as well as Better Glass Nigeria PLC, for winning in their different categories. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. Do we have representatives of Starling Global and Ideal Limited? If you are here, please come up stage. Also, the representative of Better Glass Nigeria PLC, please come up stage. Thank you very much and congratulations to you once again. And to present the award in this category is the first Vice President, Mrs. Blessing Irabo. A round of applause for her too.
On behalf of NPNEN, I present this award to you for outstanding contribution to the agricultural exports sector.
Congratulations. Congrats. All right. The next award recipient, Better Glass Nigeria PLC, for their remarkable contribution to Nigeria's export earnings, glass products, manufacturing, and exports.
I present this award to you on behalf of NPNEN for your contribution.
A round of applause for both companies, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Again, we're rooting for you, we're wishing you the best, and we're looking out for you to continue to flag the green, white, green flag out there. Well done. Congratulations once again. And to all of you for being here, we want to say a very big thank you to you. You've been amazing. We're appreciative of your time. We would like to just quickly recognize the DG of Chambers of Commerce, Mrs. Vicky Akai. She's the DG Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We'd also like to appreciate Mr. Ahmed Usman, DG Coalition of Northern Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Consumer. Also a very big thank you to Mr. Kola Ware, Chairman of Nasima Export Group. We say thank you to Dr. Billy Gillis Harry, President, South Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Mines and Agriculture. For SEMA, a big thank you, huge thank you to you for all your contributions and hard work. To Mr. Henry Nduka, the DG, Southeast Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, SEMA. We say thank you to all of you. To you, NPNEN, we say congratulations and well done. We thank you and we thank all our awards winners. We say keep up the good work. For those who participated and joined us online, we won't be here without you. We didn't forget you. We thank you for your time and for your attention. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for yourselves and for everyone. All right, I'd have to call back First Vice President, Mrs. Blessing Irabo, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, my darling sister. It has been a wonderful day. And we normally say whatever has a beginning must have an end, and we've come to the end of this event. I really want to appreciate everyone for taking out their time, staying put with us to the end of this program. It has been an interesting day, very educative and engaging. And I also really want to say a very, very big thank you to the PDF Bridge for considering in putting this platform together so that the network of practicing exporters could have a voice. They will have a place to engage the government. Just like the BOT chairman said, we are not fighting the government, but we just want, we're using this platform to make sure that the government is doing the right thing and will continue to push for the non-oil exporters. I want to thank all the business support organization that is here today. I really say a big thank you to you that is here physically present and those that are online. I want to thank the executive secretary. Please join me, put your hands together for this wonderful woman, Madam Titi Ojo. Please stand up. We need to appreciate her. She never had sleep. She was working day and night. At times, 12 o'clock, she's online. We can't say anything, but we just want to tell you that we appreciate your good work. And we want to appreciate the board of trustees and everyone behind the scene that made this day a wonderful day. Thank you to the media team. Thank you to the event personnel. Thank you to our lovely facilitator, who is a wife and a sister. I just want to say thank you to everybody. It has been a great day. With this, I said, let's move Nigerian forward through the exports business. Export is not just a one-day job. We'll keep advocating. We're using this platform to reach the government so that exporters will have a voice. But I'm also letting exporters around Nigeria to know that they have a place to run to, a place to come, where their grievances, where their challenges will be looked at. Thank you all, and thank you once again. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of NPNEN and on behalf of PDF Bridge, on behalf of myself, I say thank you and have a fulfilling year ahead and all the best. My name is Senami Ohiamohai. It has been a thorough, absolute pleasure to be your facilitator today. Enjoy the rest of your day.